Hey, point your peepers to our next panel. Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable Roaring Twenties event.
Think you know your onions on artificial intel? Hop on the trolley to the digital age with the Brook AI panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. The Roaring Twenties were a time of great change and great exuberance and great understanding within our country. And there is a time that has been coming right now, talking about new technologies, things that are happening in the world of digital voice assistants that are helping dealerships, and probably no better time than right now to talk about Brook AI and meeting the demands of the 2020s consumer experience. I'd like to introduce the Fixed Ops Roundtable to Tiffany Peeler from Brook AI. Tiffany, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted. I'm super excited to be here.
I am as well, and you've got some heavyweights with you on the panel today. They are Shon Kingrey, who is no stranger to the Fixed Ops Roundtable in having led and leads a very big organization, and Tully Williams as well. These are both standard bearers of the Fixed Ops Roundtable. So, Tiffany, we're in great company today, so I'm excited as well.
Yes, we sure are. I'm happy to have these two here to talk with me and with all of your audience about our digital voice technology.
So, kind of take us through that, Tiffany. The last couple events, Brook has been a part of it. We've heard from a number of retailers, managers who started using the technology. A lot of things happened in the last 2.5 years that I think have, kind of brought this forward. The Great Resignation. We've had a tougher time attracting and retaining employees as well. Dealers want to make sure that their phones are addressed. Very, very important. Talk to us. Why is now the time to look at a technology like Brook?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. And Tully and Shawn can certainly speak to this as it relates to their stores. But I think just in general, we as a population, considering what everything with the pandemic and again, the Great Resignation, like you already stated, we just as a community of people see the need for leveraging technology just to complete simple tasks that we used to have to lean on people to do. It wasn't just our industry that started moving in that direction. It was a lot of different industries. I think maybe we were a little bit late to the party, but we still showed up to the party, which is important. So I think that now is the right time because it's just tough getting people to show up and to show up consistently. Customers are still calling. The idea is that customers want to do a lot of things online. They do until it gets to a point where they're scheduling appointments. The majority of people are booking appointments while they're doing other things, right? So it's a task that we can kind of do while we're multitasking other things at the same time. And I think that leads a lot of us to picking up our smartphone, Googling a business of some kind, clicking on the name of that business and calling to get that appointment that we've been meaning to schedule for probably the last couple of weeks booked. And so being able to lean on technology to handle some of those easier tasks and not have to rely so heavily on people to show up consistently and execute is more important now more than it ever has been in the past, right? It's more of a need than it ever has been in the past.
And Tiffany, before I come to Tully and Shawn on as far as what pain points this helps solve at the dealership, your company, Brook AI, actually has very deep experience in the retail automotive industry, which I think, Tiffany, is a differentiator, especially for our audience that's fixed ops. Just tell us a little bit about, what's powering Brook AI.
Yeah, I love that you brought that up because I think that's super important to distinguish. Brook is powered by Proactive Dealer Solutions. We've been in the industry now about 25 years. The people that do know us as the BDC experts. We kind of started as a training and consulting company that focused on the implementation and development of successful sales and service BDCs. So we quite literally wrote the script on the inbound call. We literally wrote the process on how to load your shop with appointments across a day, right? Which was a new way of thinking. If you go back 10, 15 years ago, BDCs were the new concept, right? Getting a service BDC in place and relying on someone who wasn't a receptionist or an advisor to handle calls and book appointments was a new concept. And we really championed that concept. And we wrote the process and we taught service managers how to move away from a bring it on in whenever you want to mentality and really go to an appointment-based system that allowed them to plan out their day across their advisors and their technicians. So, we've been working in the lane, we've been working in service BDCs for so long that it allowed us to understand, how do you have to build a technology like this that functions in the lane as well and doesn't create a mess for our advisors or technicians or service managers to deal with. That's kind of the first piece. We've also had thousands and thousands of phone calls and recordings of phone calls because of some of our other call management technologies, that we were able to develop this quickly with a high level of accuracy, which I think is really important. So, there's a lot of people out there that'll say, oh, they're not a technology company, they're not an AI company. They're a BDC company or a training company. Well, we're both. And I think that makes us, puts us kind of ahead of the game.
Tully Williams, I met you about 15 years ago, before you were at your position now at the Nilo company. And congratulations, by the way, on the 100th anniversary at the Nilo as well. But when I met you, at about that time, Tiffany's right, dealers that were considering BDC were unsure about the new technology. Do I need a BDC? Is that something we should explore? And that actually, at the time, that was a big hurdle to get over, that I'm going to have a BDC in my store. Who's going to staff it? Should I do that? And now, today it's accepted. It's commonplace. Why would you not have that? I kind of look at the AI thing, Tully, the same way. Talk to us about some of the pain points that it solves for you and how you got introduced to Brook AI.
So I think the issue we have is that we love our personnel, we love our employees, and employees are our best asset. But when you're talking about answering phone calls 24/7, 365, a BDC or humans cannot do that. And that has always been our challenge. People like to make appointments when? If you talk to XTime or Cox and ask them, when do people make online appointments? It's Sunday afternoons. Okay, we're closed, just so everybody knows, which means that 70%, we're hoping more like 60%, but we're 70% of all of our customers cannot make a phone call. So how do we overcome that? Do you staff a BDC? And on the weekends and nights, the answer is it's not going to be very cost effective. But here's what we want to do. As we're in the repeat and referral business, how do we make it easy for the customer? And this is why I chose Brook for our dealership group, because of two things. First, 100% integration with our XTime scheduler. As Tiffany said, you are a appointment style kind of company. We'll take walk-ins, of course we will, but we want people to make an appointment. So you have to have it integrated into that system live 24/7, 365. The next piece is, I want the phone calls answered. Have you ever looked at phone call matrix for a store? Service departments, if we answer the phone at 80%, I feel like they all get a trophy. It is really hard because of the volume. And what do? We have texting. We do all these things to prevent phone calls. It doesn't always work. But now I can say, if you call in and you hit the appointment button on our phone tree, the phone call will be answered and it will make you an appointment. Now, if it's after hours and you don't know what to do, you can always skip and you can go and make a voicemail. But what we're seeing is that customers, as they get used to this, because this is not the first company that's done this. Everybody's been doing this years and years, and they're kind of used to it. So educating our customers, if you want to make an appointment on Sunday afternoon, if you want to make it at 2:00 in the morning, guess what? The Nilo company is open for business to make an appointment. That is the power here. This is why it works.
Shawn, what Tully says rings true, and I'm sure it does at step one. I'm just thinking what he just said. Yesterday, I was very busy with the Fixed Ops Roundtable, a lot of dealers, Tiffany, talking to a lot of experts in our industry. I was busy all day, right? And then last night, I got an email from my dealership. It's time, Tully, they said, to make a service appointment, right? So I clicked on the link. It was late. It was 10:30, quarter to 11. And I realized I'm going into XTime, okay? And there it is. That night, late, there's no way the dealership here in the Northeast would have been open at that time, Shawn. So I like what Tully's saying there. Shawn, how about you over there at step one?
So for us, we're a group that started at 4 stores 5 years ago. Now we're at 24 stores. Okay, so we've grown exponentially. Okay? We're not in LA. We're not in New York. We're not in the Northeast. We're not in Atlanta. We have a limited supply of people. There is a certain point, guys, and we'll get into COVID here in a second, but there's a certain point where you reach a cap. There's only so many people that are going to do that job. Now we can talk about COVID and what COVID did to that segment of a job market between the $12 and $18 an hour range. They don't exist. And quite frankly, I'm not being rude. They don't want to work. They don't want to be held accountable for it. And that's, we incentivize, and Tiffany knows how we pay. And I know Tully and I've talked about it. We incentivize for showed appointments. At the end of the day, I always say I could sell a BDC to a dead guy, because if you don't have a BDC, you're letting the advisors control your schedule, which we will never do. Okay. All AI does, or all XTime does, is it helps land that airplane. What I need is an agent, which is what Brooke does for us. I need him to put the airplane on the runway. I'll take care of it once it's there. All I need to do is get that car on my service drive and let my advisors do their job. And what Brook AI does, it lands that airplane. It puts it on the runway and hits park. That's all I need. Now, Tiffany can go through her side and work and how it works and explain the matrix. And yes, and my biggest scare is every service manager out there says, well, my customers want to talk to a live person. That's an option. If you say agent twice, I agree totally. But if you say agent twice, it gets them to the live agent. This doesn't replace your BDC, but it doesn't call in sick. It doesn't show up late. It doesn't have an attitude, and it doesn't have a cell phone in his hand texting all darn day while the phone's sitting there ringing. It answers the phone 24/7. And to Tully's point, roadside assistance. Listen, flat tires aren't scheduled. Okay. Flat tires on the way home after you go to Burger King at 2:00 in the morning happen. Guess what? That will refer you, and it will send you to roadside assistance. It knows what to do. It knows how to schedule. Again, to Tully's point, integrates magically with XTime. It knows your op codes. It feeds off your op codes, and it's literally seamless.
These are big dealer groups. Shawn Kingrey's group. Tully, how many dealerships in your group there at Nilo?
We have 10 luxury brands for our stores, but I just want to piggyback off of Shawn. He's spot on. But think about this. When you call into a store, do you call between 7 and 9? No. Are you going to call at lunchtime? No. Are you going to call at 4:30 to 6 o'clock? No. So when do we call and make an appointment? Oh, that's right. We're open from 9 to 11 and 1 to 3. What? That doesn't work. That doesn't work. Right? We're open 365, 24/7. That's the power.
Tiffany, let me come back to you. They're making some great points.
Yeah, they're making fantastic points. I don't even know why I'm here at this point. No, but some of the things that they're talking about, it's important because even if you are a customer that's going to call, like me, I'm probably going to call on my drive to or from work.
Really?
That's when I make appointments. That's also when the service phones are ringing off the freaking hook. And that's when the service lane is at its busiest. The cars are being dropped off. They're being picked up at that time. Everything is slam-packed busy. So when you consider call failure, calls not being answered because no one's available to get them, customers are calling in likely at those hours. And that's when we're seeing the highest failure rate. Why not lean on something like this that allows those easy, mundane tasks to be handled by technology? So the people that you need to rely on are available to be there for the customers who need or want to. A couple of great points too is the integration with XTime. The integration with XTime is seamless and fantastic. For those dealers, I'm doing it with the two of you through XTime, so it's been a very easy onboarding process.
Really? Okay.
For those dealers that don't have XTime, which I think this is a differentiator, is the dealers that don't have XTime, we can still support you with an integration direct to the DMS. The onboarding might be a touch heavier of a workload for the store, but outside of that, it functions the same way. I think also a differentiator for the Brook platform against other tools that do similar things is that we're preferred DVA solution for Cox. And that's important because it allows Tully and Shawn and their team to go into the XTime workbook every day and actually separate out appointments set by the digital voice technology versus the web versus the BDC. So if you do want to look and say, okay, how many have I gotten right now? Who's coming in when from Brook? Which one of these are new customers or what have you? You can do all of that right from within the XTime application, which I think is important to know, right?
So Tiffany, if I'm watching this right now, I'm a fixed ops director, service manager, general manager, dealer principal, and I have the XTime solution in my dealership. You're saying that to have Brook incorporated in that is a pretty simple process.
I'll let Shawn take this one. Shawn, because we onboarded with Shawn fairly recently. So Shawn, how is your process?
All right, so let's talk about that. I'm going to roll it out in two different stages. First of all, I want to tell you, as we grew as quickly as we did, and we did some buy sells with extremely short notice, we found ourselves only answering, but Tully, you're going to throw things at me through the screen here, 46% of our phone calls. And backing into that, what do we do with a client? We make them find the phone number. We hope the phone number is right on the internet because we don't do a very good job checking that. Then we make them call. Then we can go through a script. And then, by the way, we don't even answer the phone. We do a horrible job. That's what we do. And by the way, when we do answer, what's the first thing we tell them? No. We're going to schedule what's convenient for us, not what's convenient for you. So Tiffany and I had a long relationship. We've known each other for a couple of years. We went back and forth, and it resulted in a Monday morning phone call. And I said, hey, I'm at DEFCON 1. I'm in trouble. I'm answering 46% of my phone calls. I don't know what to do. In 7 days, we launched in a CDGR store. And I'm going to take that a step further because Tully, I know you're on Highline stores. We have 6 Chrysler stores. All right. So we're required to use Dealer FX and we use XTime. All right. So we go through both platforms. We have to schedule on Dealer FX to be compliant to get our CSI money. And then we push through XTime, which then pushes to the DMS. By the way, seamless. 7 days, start to finish. There was some uncomfortable conversations between all of us, I can promise you. And it took two of my BDC director and her assistant, a 7-day nonstop from start to finish, integration, up and running. We're answering live phone calls.
Yeah.
That quick.
Wow. Tully, what about on your end?
It was seamless as well. I think ours took about 2 weeks. And I think part of it was we had to get IT to figure out how to do the phone change, which is, we have Cisco phones. So you have to have a doctorate in, dumbass to make, sorry. You have to have a doctorate to make it happen. So the issue is that it was simple. You know what you find out when you turn it on are your settings in XTime right? That's the key issue. And what we found is that the service managers, I don't want appointments the same day. I'll push those off. Well, what happened there? Nobody knew, right? First day we turn it on, not a lot of appointments. We found out what a problem. We fixed it within the next day or two. Boom. It's been working flawlessly. And the way I look at it is that no one's complaining.
Tully, it's amazing with all the technology that we share here at the Roundtable. I met with a dealer recently, and it comes down simply to, I want my phones answered, Tully. I want someone to answer the phone when the customer calls us. And Tully, that's really probably nothing more important than that, I would imagine.
It is. When we monitor phone calls and, poor Shawn, and we both have the same problem. And we train on communication, follow-up, communication, follow-up, communication. And what we do is that our phone system is probably 70 to 80% plugged up of calling back on a quote or something, not taking an appointment, which is what we want. So then we hire cashiers. and phone answers or a BDC. And what happens when they're busy? These people get pushed off. Now we don't have to worry about that anymore. If someone wants to use the digital assistant, which is norm today when you call large corporations, is that they're very familiar how it works, is that they get answered instantly. That is the best part of this whole thing. And I know for a fact they're going to look at my XTime appointment log because that's what I have to go by. And that is what makes it perfect.
Can
Tiffany,
I pick up on that?
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
There's a few things that Tully just said that I think really will resonate with the audience. And some of that is the customers calling in and being able to handle what they want to handle right in that moment. And Shawn mentioned earlier, some of your service managers, I believe it was Shawn mentioned earlier, some of the service managers, their biggest concern is going to be, I want a person to answer the phone. And then back to Tully, where he said, we're used to using this technology in other industries. I mean, if I call, an airline, or if I call my bank, I'm going to get something similar to this. It exists. We interact with it regularly. I have an Alexa in my house. I have a Siri on my phone. We're all using it. But I still get this a lot from a lot of fixed ops managers out there, where it's or dealers, and they're saying, we are a people company and we want to provide a, people first experience, and I want a human answering every phone call. But I kind of challenge everyone that's watching, why? Why do you want the human answering every phone call? Do you just want that phone call answered? And do you want to allow your customer the ability to self-serve? If the answer is, I want an option for my consumers to self-serve on their time, because that's what we as impatient people want today, then this is an option for you to do. But if you're going to do it, you've got to educate the consumer, right? This is what we have. This is why we've gotten it to help you and what you're able to do. But to Shawn's earlier point, if you don't want to book with Brooke, all you have to do is tell her, and she will transfer you to one of our team members to help you. And I think that's an important note, because if I can jump into metrics very quickly.
Go ahead.
One of the things that we see when stores start out is a higher transfer rate, right? Because customers call in, they get this, they're not used to it yet. They ask to be transferred over to an agent. But as the stores are live on the application, and we put together an entire marketing PR package that we'll share with the stores for them to kind of push out via social. We have word tracks for the advisors to use, or BDC agents to use when talking to customers. If you're educating your customers and saying, hey, this is why we got this tool, this is how you can use it, this is what we want to make sure that we're able to provide to you, the customer. As you educate them and as they start to interact with the application, we will see transfer rates drastically drop over time and appointment rates increase significantly. So you might start with an appointment rate of about 40%, but within 6 months, we've got stores that are booking appointable calls at about 68% of the time, which, by the way, the average BDC is converting appointable calls at about 44%.
Really?
So if we are doing that or better, then what's the question, right? No brainer.
Mm-hmm. Shawn, I know you and I have had this discussion in the past as well. I'm a dealer and I'm concerned of, looking at those metrics. Now I know that Tiffany's got that deep experience with Proactive, and they've been doing these metrics for a long time, but now they're carrying it over to the AI world. So tell us about that.
No, I think, in going back to what both of them have said, you talk about retraining clients. I'm going to tell you about a Chevy store we bought in Birmingham that, believe it or not, has 27 bays and had zero online, had zero scheduling. They didn't have XTime. They had nothing. It's a GM store. Their motto was, bring it in. That's it. That was their day. So you walk into the store and it's pure chaos. You can feel it when you walk in. Guess what? In a matter of 90 days, done with some publicity and some direct mail and some emails, you train your client to make appointments. You can train your client to use Brook AI. You can't. Okay. And again, we can get to the matrix where we were answering 46% of our calls and now we're plus 80%. Okay. I can get into those and I can pat Tiffany on the back, but I don't want her head to get all big. But no. Guys, that wasn't because we didn't want to answer the phone, guys. It's because we didn't have the right staff to do it. We outgrew what we could physically staff. Our BDC, just so it's no secret, I've mentioned it before, is inside of a shopping mall. We bought their corporate office out of a shopping mall. Yet that's where we put it. We had nowhere else to put it. So they have cubicles, they had offices, and we have 44 young ladies and one male all crammed in this one spot answering phones, and we couldn't handle 24 stores. It physically wasn't possible. And by the way, that's service BDC. That's not sales BDC. And guess what? Once again, all I need you to do is I need that airplane. When you give me the airplane, I'll park it at the terminal and take it from there. That's my job. That's my job to train the advisors. And, as Tully's taught us all, we are in the repeat and referral business. Okay. It's a people business. We'll handle it. I just need to do what's right for the client every time and get them on the service drive.
So Shawn, you have a service BDC and you have the AI voice assistant as well.
That is 100% correct, sir. The first option when you answer the phone is the service. You're going to select 1 for service, 2 for parts. By the way, we come first before sales. Service first, sales second, parts third, or sales third. That took some doing. I don't think sales has figured that out. I probably shouldn't have said that on air. But that is the order of it because, again, we need to schedule what's right for the client. Okay, because most consumers on car buying are not going to the phone; they're going online. Okay, sure. Our online schedule in our area is extremely low. So yes, to answer your question, Brook AI kicks in, and all they have to do is at that point, are you calling for status of vehicles in the shop? Then it goes to the service drive. If they want to schedule an appointment, Brook AI is the first line of defense, and we have very little opt out. To be very honest with you, most people, as we've all agreed and we've all said 100 times already during this recording, is guys, it's very quick. They're used to doing it. It's what you do. You call the bank, you call the airline. It's seamless. It just goes right through.
So Shawn, let me just follow that up. Yeah. So in your recommendation, first line of defense, go for a service appointment, it goes right to Brook AI, and you let the AI go ahead and take that service appointment.
100%. If you can remove the human element, this is an appointment. It's not a live interaction. Schedule the appointment to Brook AI 100% of the time.
Let me go to the West Coast. Tully, I don't know that. Do you have a service BDC as well?
No, each store has a couple people that do it, but Shawn, spot on. Goes to AI, and then if they choose to bump up, they bump out. But as I think they both said, is that we had some education process because when they first get this, like, what's this? This is not my gal that I normally talk to. So we led with their recommendation is we've been doing some social media marketing about you can call 24/7, 365 and make an appointment through our great new gal, Brook AI. And it's helping, I think, path that way down a little bit so people feel more comfortable because once they try it once, especially if they're an existing customer, they never want to talk to a human again. Guaranteed.
Tiffany, is Brook AI going to have the capacity to handle all these dealers who just heard Tully and Shawn Kingrey, talk about how it's working for them?
We're ready. We're ready and waiting and happy to set as many stores up as possible. I mean, today we've got, I believe, 200 stores that are active using the application. We've got another 115 that are currently in the onboarding process. And we're starting to see more and more of our stores that jumped on board with us early on in this technology who kind of wanted to start with the overflow option, different from the two of you. But I agree with the two of you wholeheartedly. I think it's a far better consumer experience. I think it makes more business sense to allow her to take the brunt of the routine stuff and free up our people, whether they're in a mall or in the store, to handle customers who want or need to speak to someone. But we're seeing more and more of our customers who in the beginning, they were early adopters because they said, hey, sign me up, let's do this. Yeah. But let's do it as an overflow option and see how it goes. They're starting to move it to the front because they're realizing it's a better experience. And they're saying, if I'm going to pay my people on Shon appointments, like Shawn was saying, then I want to pay them on Shon outbound appointments.
Yes.
Not inbound appointments.
Awesome. Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Right?
Like
because they're already calling in.
SOP parts and recalls, guys. SOP let the BDC do that. Let them handle your SOP and recalls. That's the key. Let the inbound phone calls. They're already the airplane's already on the glide path. Let them land it. You need to fix your SOP and your recall problem. That's what your BDC needs to do.
What great information. Tiffany, have learned so much today from this panel. Last question for you, Tiffany, because we're about out of time. If my dealership does not have XTime, I use another solution. Am I still able to get Brook AI in my store?
Yeah, absolutely. XTime is a way for you to get it, do it very quick, very easy. So we love XTime solution, but for those stores that aren't currently leveraging that scheduling tool, we are able to do an integration direct into the DMS. Setup and onboarding process is slightly different, but outside of that, I mean, it works just the same.
All right. I'm sold. I'm also sold on the bow ties here, Tiffany. These gentlemen look really great.
You guys are just dapper and as handsome as ever.
Yep, I love it, and I love what you've done, everybody. Not just for the appearance of the Roaring Twenties, but for AI as well. Tiffany, if our audience wants to reach out to you and has questions and wants to speak to you or someone there at Brook AI, what's the best way for them to get a hold of you?
The easiest way, honestly, just visit our website, give us a call, reach out at inquiries@proactivedealersolutions.com. If you want to connect with me directly, tpeeler@proactivedealersolutions.com. We're waiting for your call.
And I see that you're on social media as well. I see we're connected on LinkedIn. So
yep, all over LinkedIn. Shoot me a message if that's Facebook too. I mean, whatever's the most comfortable way. Okay,
everybody, it's mid-September. Don't wait. Get on the AI bandwagon because it is coming and it is coming fast. So do not delay. Shon Kingrey, thank you so much for your insights today. I learned so much from you, Shawn. Tully, fantastic as well. Thank you. Great job. And Tiffany Peeler here today from Brook AI. Thank you all. Brook AI, everybody, here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks, Ted. Hey guys, Tiffany Peeler here. We are so thrilled to participate in another Fixed Ops Roundtable with some of the brightest in the business. And we wanted to take a moment to share with you a great training opportunity for service managers, BDC managers, and your customer service agents. Taking place on October 10th through the 14th here in Charlotte, North Carolina, we're holding our Service BDC Masterclass, our hands-on, fully interactive workshop for developing and managing top-performing service BDCs for better workflows and more efficient means of communication. One of the most popular parts of our workshop is how we integrate a DISC assessment tool into your communication styles so that agents understand how to better handle customers, escalations, and internal conflicts. If you're ready to evolve your service BDC, call or email us today and shout out the Fixed Ops Roundtable for half-off tickets. Call 866-941-7606 or email us at sales@proactivedealersolutions.com. We can't wait to hear from you.
Companies across diverse industries conduct a lot of vehicle moves every day. But are you tracking the efficiency and cost of these moves? The level of time and planning, or lack thereof, going into them? Many businesses actually fail to track vehicle movement costs, and that leads them to encouraging, whether they know it or not, wasteful uses of time and money. This is where Draver comes in. We move vehicles daily, at any scale, from local to international, empowered by our AI logistics platform. When it comes to vehicle movement, Draver takes all the heavy lifting off your staff. Your employees are tasked with moving vehicles, people, and packages every day. Draver's simple web interface makes it easy for your people to track and control the chaos. Then, our drivers get minute-by-minute instructions via the app, making sure everyone is on the same page. The Draver platform matches pickup and delivery tasks with drivers and then coordinates drivers to trips. It adds efficient logistics to your operation. Our platform constantly optimizes routes, termination points to origination points, and rideshare versus chase decisions. In practice, it eliminates the need for a chase vehicle over 40% of the time, saving your business time and money. To keep your operation consistently staffed, Draver can predict workforce shortages against daily demand and find insured, vetted drivers ASAP. Best of all, Draver is flexible with your infrastructure. It seamlessly integrates with your software and processes, so you don't have to change a thing. You can use the platform to optimize your existing operations. You can take advantage of Draver's network of drivers, or you can use a combination of both. We make it easy for any business to move vehicles. Whether it's one truck, hundreds of cars, or 1,000 semis, our online platform does it all for you. Sign up today, and we will waive all setup fees, and we'll credit your account with $200 for free moves.
Our next speaker is here to share their secrets on rapid reconditioning. Between you and me, up next is Rapid Recon.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. There has never been a time like this in our industry with such a focus on used vehicle acquisition. Reconditioning is at the top of the list for many of the people watching today. I want to welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable Anthony from Rapid Recon. Anthony, welcome back to the conference.
Great, Ted. Thanks for having us. And I brought a guest along with me. I've got Denim Simkins from Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. He's the service director there and an avid user of Rapid Recon for years now, right, Denim?
Exactly, a lot of years. And I appreciate the invite. Thanks for having me. And Ted, it's a pleasure meeting you virtually here. I follow your stuff. It's been great.
Denim, same here as well. And thank you so much on behalf of the Fixed Ops community. And Denim, I mean that sincerely. Reconditioning is now, I can't imagine at a Fixed Ops Roundtable, one of the top focuses. We've had panels where it's come up along the way. And, you know, Anthony, the importance of getting that vehicle frontline ready in the shortest amount of time possible. So you've always shared some great best practices, Anthony, with our group. And I'm excited what you and Denim have for us today.
Yeah, we wanted to talk a little bit today about CPO and why that's important to Fixed. I have a prominent background in Fixed. I was a parts manager for years for Nissan, also General Motors, Kia. And so I've got some insight on why CPO is important to parts. And I'm hoping that Denim can bring some talking points to why CPO is important to service as well.
Absolutely.
So, Ted, I guess we'll start off. Do you have any questions for us before we jump in, or do you want us to just start talking?
What do you see right now happening in our industry, Anthony? Here we are in mid-September that our audience needs to be aware of on the reconditioning front. Again, we're seeing and hearing so much about it. And again, our industry is changing so fast, month by month. What do you see occurring that we need to be aware of?
Well, this probably isn't anything that parts managers don't know, but the question that I would have is the question I'm about to ask is, do your countermen know it? And, I'm going to use GM as an example simply because I have so much experience with them. But, they have sales loyalty that's required for VINs. If you run a GM VIN through your service department, your sales loyalty in parts needs to be at 95%. That sales loyalty is tied to back-end money. Now, the store that I came out of, we had a very large wholesale parts operation there. And so there was a lot of back-end money on the line. And so it was vital that we were compliant there. And that's one of the reasons why CPO is important to Fixed. You think about it, there are dealers that have large wholesale parts operations that they'll book $2 million in back-end funds into net profit in a year. And so, missing something like, I put big O tires on a car versus I could have put Kelly's or Continentals or Hancooks on that car and been compliant and made my 95%. But I missed out on a good chunk of that $2 million simply because, I was trying to save a buck here or there. It didn't save us any money at all. So you got to be a little bit smart about this. And when I ask the question, do your countermen know that? Does your counterman know the why? And here's what I mean by that. If they know really what's riding on that to the dealer, can they balance something between I've got to get an affordable part on this car, but I've also got to be compliant. And, with GM, they still have, I think gold and silver lines that are quite affordable, that are still compliant, that you could pick up at your WD. And they still keep you above that 95% threshold, on those GM VINs that are running through your department. So,
yeah, and I would add to that, and how important this is on the service side. I mean, you make some really great points there, Anthony. Really, when it comes to reconditioning, as we all know, how critical it is to the livelihood of the store. The quicker I can get something online or up front line ready, the quicker I get a replacement vehicle. And that's really, if you go at it with that type of mindset, then obviously you're going to do everything you can to get that vehicle in and out of service. But I agree exactly with what you're saying, is leveraging the tools that you have in the department gives you the ability to make those type of decisions where we're procuring parts, where it just doesn't, we're able to get that done at a quicker pace, because we can more or less alert the parts department immediately when we need something by utilizing the tool and getting them the information that they need, so they can quickly get those type of things for us and get that car heading the right direction and hopefully being sold within a week or so.
So, Denim, I want to put you on the spot, but one of the best ideas I ever heard of came from you, and I've written articles about it, and I've given you credit every time, I promise. But
I appreciate that.
I went out to your store, and I think you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. So I want you to speak to that intake process that ties in the parts department. Can you speak to that a little bit, please?
Yeah. So obviously, we were just trying to eliminate some squeeze points in the process. Where does it slow down a little bit? And identified quickly that with every vehicle that we bring into service for reconditioning, we add these specific parts. We actually came up with something very innovative called the usuals, a term, and actually named our bucket called the usuals. But even before a technician goes to pull that vehicle in, which could be a day or two from once it hits our go bucket, we give that to parts so they can go ahead and source those factory parts that, like you speak to, and have them ready sitting on the side. So once that car finally comes into reconditioning, I have the correct wipers, the correct air filter, the correct cabin filter, the correct oil, if you will, based on what we've got going through there. So we're able to speed that process up, and that doesn't even slow us down a half a day or minutes, if you will, because we've got that ready to go. And
that's
so
all pulled, right? It's pre-pulled.
Yeah, it's all the parts department gets the first notification that this car is coming into reconditioning. They go ahead and source all those parts. The minute that's ready, then it goes back into the reconditioning queue, and we dispatch that to a technician from there. So essentially, when he pulls that vehicle in, now if I could only have one that could keep salesmen away from the keys, but when the technician goes to pull that one in, he's ready to go. And the basic reconditioning step and process parts are already there, ready to go.
Are the parts at the counter? Where are the parts when they pull the car in?
Right. So typically we like to have those out with the technician at their bay. So we'll pre-pull them, bill them. We've got some crates and some buckets that we put them in, and we'll have it sitting out there for that technician when they pull that vehicle in.
I think when I actually went out and saw this at your store, on the tote, there was like a dry erase piece on it, and somebody would put the RO number on there.
Yeah, so they just could quickly match that up and know exactly what that one is for, and then go to work, of course. And then, like you mentioned early on, Ted, when you started this, it is the used car industry over the last few years has obviously evolved and changed, and the importance of that to the dealer to get that car even a day sooner than what you typically average is paramount, and can really help. Where cars are tough to come by. We are trying to do everything we can to acquire those on the service drive and through our other methods. but we have to treat them with respect, as we would a customer's car as well, but we have to treat them with more respect to get them in and out of the reconditioning process.
And Denim, it sounds like you've incorporated Rapid Recon's technology, their software throughout the dealership. Talk to us a little bit about the importance of being able to do that.
Yeah, so I've got to say that this absolutely works because of there's buy-in from not only all departments, but I think it's even several steps higher than that. When the owner is actively involved and when the general manager is actively involved and supportive about these type of things,
Yes.
It really gives you the platform to be successful. And it takes that type of buy-in all throughout. And a tool like Rapid Recon easily connects all of those dots. So a quick conversation doesn't need to happen to go track somebody down. They can simply reply electronically. Most of us just live right on our cell phones and can process that car through the thing. So yeah, we have implemented the Rapid Recon tool, and then just along the way have just made little tweaks and changes along the way, saying this is how we can improve. Another quick thing, just a quick tidbit here that we just implemented at this store here is we have a vendor bucket, and whether that's a windshield vendor or a paintless dent repair vendor or a wheel repair vendor, we simply, when we have a car that is needing that, we simply have incorporated that vendor into our Rapid Recon process. So when I drop that in their bucket, they get a text notification with the vehicle, VIN number, everything. So if my windshield guy can see that where he's out maybe servicing other accounts and know that he's got to come by tomorrow morning to get that done. So it really helps hold our vendors accountable. But more importantly, and I can't stress this enough, if anybody's thinking about this or wondering how they can improve their process, everybody just simply needs to leverage the tools that we have, and it starts from the top up, and everybody needs to have 100% buy-in.
Denim's got a great point, Anthony. I have heard, as he just mentioned, dealer principals, general managers talk about specifically the Rapid Recon tool as opposed to anything else that's out there. Anthony, you've been very successful in doing this from the top down at the dealership. Talk to us a little bit about that, and of course, the importance of being able to implement it that way.
Look, we took a different approach with Rapid Recon years ago, and this was probably about the time I came to work for the company. But back in around 2016, we really realized that this does come down to people and process. I mean, and trust me, you need the tool to make this all work, because you've got to have all the reports but the tool functions as a communication platform that happens to have workflow tracking. But our tool gets really down into the minutia of what are the behaviors of your people. There are ways to track things maybe in like a Google Doc or a whiteboard, and those could tell you if you have a problem with your process, but they won't go back and they won't tell you, I've got a technician that's holding on to cars and he's batch updating those cars, or he's moving all of those cars at one time to the next phase. And those types of behaviors are the things that bottlenecks are born from. They have absolutely nothing to do with production. Our tool doesn't help a technician turn a wrench any faster. It doesn't make carpet dry any quicker. We're not about, bringing out the whips and say, work harder, because that doesn't get anything done any faster. What we do is we provide a platform that helps alleviate the things that slow people down. And it's really, technicians only stop working for two reasons: parts and information. Yeah. So if you've got a good parts process like this guy does right here, and you've got a good information process, you can keep those technicians turning wrenches.
Hey, I want to touch on something that you mentioned there, and you kind of glossed over reports, but I got to share a little light on what we do every week when it comes to the reports in Rapid Recon. And this also just really validates that I mentioned about the buy-in from the ownership down. So Monday mornings or Monday afternoon, we do a Zoom meeting, and simply it's obviously your typical financial review meeting. But a major part of that meeting is, and keep in mind, on this meeting, we have our corporate controller, our owner, our fixed ops director, we have our sales director, the general manager in this meeting. And requirement for that meeting is to know your top 10 oldest used cars that are in reconditioning. And we utilize the tool out of Rapid Recon to look and see, okay, what are our top oldest vehicles, and what are we doing to help get them progressed or get them out of here? And that type of focus allows you to really say, okay, this is what we need to work on this week or today or whatever the case is, and get this car out of here. But like I mentioned, we also talk about what cars are inbound and coming in, and what can you get prepared for in advance once that's here. So, and then last but not least is how many cars do you have at this point in time through your what we call in our process right now that is in for reconditioning. And I venture to guess without a tool like Rapid Recon, you wouldn't be able to ask a dealer that and get the same answer from the people in that room. This absolutely streamlines it and allows you to, have a very concise conversation, quick, and move on.
You know what? There's no wonder, Denim, that Rapid Recon gets the dealer principals and general managers' attention with what you're telling us right now. Right. Because, I think back to the old days in the F&I department about the Save a Deal meeting, Anthony. You've taken that to a whole new level, with the kind of things that, Denim is describing right now.
I want to circle back on something that Dennis mentioned, or Denim. I have Dennis on the brain. I may want to re-record that, Ted.
I was thinking of Dennis McGinn, the owner of Rapid Recon, who was on the last show and had some very profound things he shared. But go ahead.
One of the reasons why getting these vehicles through fast is so important to service is take the temperature of your used car manager that's making the decision to spend the money on the car. If these cars are slow, how much money are they spending? Every fixed ops manager in this roundtable right now knows what I'm about to say. When that guy's stressed, he's not spending any money. When he's calm, when those cars are coming out fast, fix it. Put that on there. Oh, in-cabin air filter? Absolutely.
Agreed, 100%.
You got 7-day cars. He's like, no, frontline now. I've been on the other end of that desk going, oh, crap, we got to hurry this up. We're going to go broke if we don't.
Absolutely. Agreed 100% there, Anthony. That is absolutely true. And quite frankly, it takes out it really takes out all the emotion, and it makes it to where there can be a quick, objective decision. It can be based on what I can do on this car, but it's just simply let's move forward and get this going. So it really, as long as everybody's bought in, as long as everybody is living on the app, it flows really well.
I love it. Great words, Denim.
Okay.
Denim, in closing, anything you'd like to share with our audience going into the fall on the Recon front that you want us to be aware of? And then, Anthony, I'll come to you next.
Sounds great. So, and I just really want to take off a little bit more what Anthony mentioned about what our used car manager, the decision maker, is deciding to do on reconditioning of these cars. And right now we're starting to see a little bit of compression, right? And a little bit margin compression on some used cars where we came out of a pretty lucrative time period. And so we really have to be sharp in order to be able to recondition the cars, that put in the reconditioning that we want to put in without jeopardizing any of that margin that is able to be made on the front end of that vehicle. And so as I'm looking through the future here, I am seeing that is going to be a tighter and a much tougher market, and we cannot stand idly on the side here waiting for these cars to get through or spend too much on them or whatever the case is. And so your processes better be in place and better be quick so that car can turn and be available for retail sale quickly. So just be prepared for that in the future.
Good advice. Anthony, bring it home.
Yeah. So I want to talk a little bit. Let's call it a pro tip. A lot of you are probably already doing this, but if I can reach one person that's not, and they go, oh my gosh, we need to do that, then these comments are worth it. As those vehicles come into your service department, a lot of times I see dealers do first in, first out. And let's put yourself in the shoes of your technician. It's 4:30 in the afternoon, and the next car in is a 10-year-old 85,000, 100,000 mile car. It needs a lot of work. And what do? You pull it in, you rack it. Got about 20 minutes left, and you're out. So you close your box, you blow out, or you talk to your buddy for 10 minutes. And we'll deal with that one tomorrow. Be cognizant of what vehicles are coming into your service department and what work they need. If you've got it's a CPO unit, it's 2:30 in the afternoon, maybe 3 o'clock, but it's third in line. But you can get to that today. All it needs is an oil change and some wiper blades, and the what you call it, the usual, Dennis, the usual parts.
The usuals.
And you can get that over to detail tonight. Get that car put in there ahead of the rest of the stuff, because he's still going to deal with that CPO stuff now, and he'll deal with those heavier jobs in the morning. Those are the jobs you bring in at 8 o'clock in the morning. Just because the car is next in line doesn't necessarily mean it's the best car to bring into service right now. Pay attention to your technician availability and how much time you have left in the day to maximize how many cars you can get through. And same goes with detail.
Exactly.
You can apply that to any repair here. It doesn't have to be service, but
right. The old adage, what we don't do today, we can't make up tomorrow. So anything that I can get done and out the door today, and like you say, be able to pick a early year that's just going to breeze right through. Let's get that car through today, so I don't have to have it wait for this older age unit, like you mentioned.
Great.
Wow. This segment has been stocked full of pro tips. I want to thank Anthony from Rapid Recon, Denim, Simkins. Thank you so much today. Everybody, if you're not already using and utilizing Rapid Recon, I suggest you reach out to Anthony and, go with the pros. You heard the advice from Denim. We need to be able to use all the technology and tools at our disposal, and you've got the best in Rapid Recon. Anthony and Denim, on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, thank you so much for being
Thanks for having us, Ted.
Thank you very much, Ted.
Everybody wants to be part of a bigger story. And to see something like this in such a big industry is a big accomplishment.
When I heard about Rapid Recon, I was like, man, that's ahead of its time. And now I feel like it's absolutely revolutionary. We are changing the automotive industry one dealership at a time.
Just about anybody can tell you that you are struggling or that you might have a bottleneck somewhere. But what do you do about that?
Rapid Recon is the one software that unifies all the departments. You're going to go from chaos to organization.
Reconditioning is all about making a vehicle ready for sale. The whole idea of Rapid Recon is to take 15 days average to get these cars ready to sell and take it down to 3 to 5.
You can see the bottlenecks that we can eliminate. As a dealer, to be able to log into a website or your app on the phone and know precisely where each car is from all your dealerships, that's invaluable.
We can give the decision makers information that they need to make the decision immediately.
It's live. You can log into Rapid Recon and see exactly where you are. What it means is making decisions based on true information. It makes all the difference in the world.
What gets measured gets better over time, and Rapid Recon does that for us. There's nothing like that in the market.
I oversee 19 of our stores. We're processing 2,500 cars a month. You need technology to make it more effective and overall more profitable.
Rapid Recon is more than software. What's unique about Rapid Recon is the people that come with it.
One of the reasons why we're so good at this is because a lot of us did come out of the car industry.
The software is amazing and it's a tool, but we're not software people. We're car people.
And we know the pains that dealers are going through, not because we've been taught it, but because we've lived it.
We get so much praise for our customer service and how well we take care of our customers, and it's because we genuinely care.
They're not going through an automated system. When they call, it's a live person right there. Rapid Recon is just not the name of the company. Rapid means we got to be fast and accurate.
If you want to be as efficient as you possibly can, if you want to be as profitable as you can, you absolutely should have Rapid Recon as your system.
We're a small company, but we're going to change the whole industry.
I'm really excited about how the company's growing. I see us in more dealerships worldwide.
In 5 years, you're going to see that Rapid Recon is a must for every dealership.
We're making a big difference. We're changing this industry in a way that it's needed to change for a long time.
Hey there, old sport! We need your help as we are dancing our way through the roaring 20s. We are on a mission to put an end to blood cancers. And with your help, we can do just that. Please scan the QR code now and share it with your peers so that we can make the biggest impact yet.
Kids, they're just different than us. They have no inhibitions, consider silverware optional, and are way more flexible. And when kids get really sick, they're different than us too. That's why over 3 years ago, we dared to dream bigger when it comes to treating young people. Rethinking existing approaches that were causing devastating short-term complications and lifelong side effects. We created a children's initiative with the goal of transforming treatment and care through advocacy, education, and the largest global clinical trial for kids with blood cancer. It's a giant leap for little patients. For the first time, a specific treatment can be matched to a specific type of cancer in a specific child. We want to inspire more and more people to aim higher and think differently about children's blood cancer. So starting now, the Children's Initiative will be known as the Dare to Dream Project, expanding our efforts beyond families directly impacted by blood cancer to tell a much bigger story to a much broader audience. A simple message that kids are different, and finally, their cancer treatment will be too. It's a global effort that invites others to dare to dream with us as we work to raise $175 million. What started as an idea is becoming a movement, proven that amazing things happen if we just dare to dream. The Dare to Dream Project from the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, transforming treatment and care for kids with blood cancer.
Need a reminder on who's up next? Our next speakers have your back when it comes to keeping track of service scheduling and reminders. Up next is XTime with Tiffany and Tully.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. And it is a great honor to introduce this next segment. Some of you will be familiar with Tully Williams, our keynote speaker from the Nilo company. Tully, welcome. And you're bringing with you somebody from XTime, I understand.
I am so excited to have XTime back. Wow. I'm telling you, I am a believer. I am a user. I am the guy that makes it happen. So super excited. Tiffany is going to have it. She's going to knock it out of the park today.
Tiffany, there's no better welcome than that from Tully Williams. I'd like to introduce the Fixed Ops Roundtable to Tiffany from XTime. Tiffany, welcome to the event.
Thanks, Ted. Thank you, Tully. Man, you set the expectation high. So hopefully we can reach it or exceed it. We have a really fun topic to discuss today. So what we're going to be talking about are opportunities service departments have to get more cars through the service lane faster, and some of the processes that Tully has implemented at his own stores to fill up that capacity at 136%, which is mind-blowing. So can't wait to dig in. So let's start it off with capacity and retaining people. We all know retaining people, that's something a lot of us haven't seen in years, if ever. Let's first focus on the repair order side of things, and then we'll talk about the retention. So one fun fact that we came across at Cox Automotive, the repair order revenue index decreased month over month in June after 11 months of increases and remains up year over year. Meanwhile, the repair order volume index decreased both month over month and year over year. So what's that mean? While the number of appointments may be below pre-pandemic levels, when I talk to dealers, they are hitting record revenues and feel like they don't have a moment to spare. No joke, I was just on a call with the dealership yesterday. They are booked out all the way until November. It is crazy. So let's talk about it. You know, we know there are a finite number of hours in the day and only so many people in your service lane to get things done, and possibly fewer people than you've ever had. That makes efficiencies and optimizing shop capacity key. So, Tully, what areas have you been focused on? Where have you found opportunities to be more efficient?
Well, you know, it starts with the capacity at your store. You're spot on. How many techs do you have in your store? Times that by 10, and that's what we sell every day. And our job is to line up our appointments to our technician capacity at that day. As you said, we are busier than a one-arm paper hanger. I'm telling you, the stores are going crazy. Why? Because we are providing great service, because we are in repeat and referral business. So again, starts with the number of technicians. 2, are you loading your shop on your appointment schedule with the right appointments? I say you don't want 50,000 check engine lights coming in the driveway, and you don't want to have 4 million 1/10 recalls. So you want to make sure you set up your schedule right so you can maximize your capacity in your store. Regulate how much repair, regulate recalls, and maximize maintenance. Why? Maintenance is what drives repeat referral. And what you said earlier, retention is the business that we're in.
Sure is. Talking about retention, that goes hand in hand with what we like to call customer experience. So did you know, I didn't know this at first, that our top performing dealers, of those top performing dealers, 99% agree that improving customer experience is an important focus. It's not just about the money. It truly is rooted in the customers, the experience they have, and then their want to come back to your store. The money's going to come once that process or expectation is in place. So Tully, do you think we can identify the tools that create the conveniences your customers want while amplifying your team's performance and efficiency?
100%. So you look at this, as we are in the repeat and referral business, is it easy to do business with you? And I think it starts with this, the appointment. Is your appointment set up correctly online? And when you call into the call taker's ability to make those appointments easy. Having 40,000 things online to choose from does not work. I want people to make appointments at 3 o'clock in the morning or at 8 o'clock at night or at noon every day. We want to have our capacity set up. That is so important, because if your appointments are confusing, they will bail on you. So appointments are key. Next, when you drive in the driveway, does the customer know who you are? When you bring out the tablet and say, Mr. Smith, I see you're here for your 30K service and the recall. You can talk to them about it at their car where they feel the most important. Next is we write the repair order, and then we get our world-class technicians to do what? That great inspection with what? Pictures and, most important, videos of everything that they find or not find, because a green inspection is the most important inspection. And then when we send those quotes, we talk to the customer, would you like to be communicated with text today? Because customers don't want to be called and pestered by the dealership. We have to make it easy to do business with us. So we asked them, how do you want to be communicated with it? I can guarantee 90% say, please text me. And guess what we can do? We can send their quote, if anything, with pictures and video to their phone. And what? They use their thumb to say yes. Oh my God, what a concept. And they can pay for it online. That's how you make it easy to do business in the service drive.
I'm so glad you brought up those points, Tully. And I really do. It does boil down to the customer experience, but making it the same experience for all customers. And it truly starts at ground level, and that's at your appointment process. You brought up the website. Nothing drives me more crazy than having more availability when you call into the dealership versus scheduling online. I don't know about you, but I'm wanting less calls to my advisors so my advisors can provide customers with an excellent experience. And to do that, you need to have your customers being able to schedule online and doing the same things they would be able to do if they were to call in and speak to someone and schedule. So it definitely starts there. And then we take it to step 2. They arrive at the dealership. Every single customer should be greeted with a tablet. I've come into stores where they're like, oh, we'll just do it with the main shop, or we'll just do it with the express lane. Or maybe, this advisor's been here 25 years. He doesn't like to do it. So how is that fair to the customer that ends up with that advisor who's looking around and seeing all these other customers getting checked in with this Engage iPad, or they're getting to sign with their finger? You'd be shocked at how the little things truly matter to the customer. And then lastly, one thing I've noticed recently, I've been in stores all across the country and small towns and big cities, and nothing blows my mind more when you're talking to an advisor and you ask, why didn't you text the quote? Oh, well, I've been working with this customer for 10, 15 years. They don't like texting. They're older. I'm here to tell you my grandma, she's 85, and she FaceTimes me more than my mother does. So I'm pretty sure they do text. And what do you have to lose? Make the experience the same for all customers. It's that simple. So
when you look at that concept, there is that it starts with at the visit. Are they asking the customer which way do you want to be represented? Do you want us to call you? Most people say no. Can we text you today? And then what happens when we write the repair order? You verify the text as they're sitting at your desk or at the tablet. Right then, you're starting that communication right when the RO is written. 2, you're going to have all the previous declines that you can talk about. Mr. Customer, you were here last time. I noticed that your brakes were yellow. Remember, we sent those pictures to you. I can resend that for you. Or would you like us to put that on there? If the technician finds that they're needed, we can take care of that for you today. Pricing, pictures from the last visit at your fingertips, making you look what? You're looking trustworthy. We're taking pictures of those things. There's no question. Is that car really leaking? Are my brakes really bad? Are my tires bald or not? The video and pictures give us that credibility because we're in repeat and referral business, and repeat referral business means customers must trust you and do business with you easily.
You are so spot on. And I'm glad you brought up the recommendation piece. We're seeing that customers approve, get ready for this number, 49%, almost half of their additional recommendations with the picture and video. And here's the kicker, in the first 15 to 30 minutes of receiving it. Why do you want advisors wasting their time all day picking up the phone, trying to reach them, leaving messages? This is so efficient. It's going to streamline your processes and tie in a customer experience. And then to top that, dealers are seeing an 82% dollar per RO uplift with recommendations that have a video attached.
Correct.
That is crazy.
And think about this. Let's tie it back to the hours, right? So customers want to say yes with their thumb, but yet does a technician want to push that car off or drive that car off and bring it back in? No, they don't. No. So what's going to happen is 2 things are going to happen. 1, customers are going to be happier because they see pictures and video and they say yes with their thumb. The parts department gets the notification. They pull the part. The tech gets notification. Oh my God, they sold it. Boom, gets on that job right away. What happens? Efficiency in the shop. Techs go home tired and rich. That's tired and rich. That's how it makes it happen.
Yep, absolutely. These are such good points. One thing that we didn't touch on that I do think we're still seeing. So we're switching. I just want to switch gears a little bit, kind of get your insight, Tully. Inventory shortage. I feel like I say those 2 words and GMs, dealer principals just quiver. We cannot overlook services role in acquiring inventory. The piece of advice I think every dealer should know that is listening to this, ask your customers if they're interested in a free appraisal during their online scheduling process. I've seen this work in several dealer groups. We started this, at the peak of the shortage. It was about 1.5 years now, almost 2 years ago, which is mind-blowing. Add it as an option. Why? Because the customer's selecting it. So in their mind, it was their idea, and then root it out of a base of convenience. Hey, you're already coming in for service. Let us do a free appraisal while your vehicle's in the shop for your convenience. We've got to be creative on ways that we're acquiring inventory. So, Tully, I'd love to hear, how is your service drive combating the inventory shortage in your companies?
Great question. So we also buy in the driveway. So at the Nilo company, we have 10 rooftops. We buy over 200 to 300 cars a month and the service drive, right? And how we do it is this. We make sure that, one, our sales department is targeting certain cars. But here's the kicker, is your service advisors on? Are they ready to help you sell that car? Because when your service department is anti-sell the car, it won't work. So what we've had is that the service manager, the service advisors are all in about that. And how do we do that? One, we give them an incentive. We give them a dollar amount when we buy the car. Two, when the car is traded in, they get to write the recon ticket. So they're not losing anything on that car, right? So we want to make sure that that service advisor is taken care of when we purchase that car through the driveway. And the service writer gets now 2 customers. One, we get the same customer because they get another car, and 2, potentially get a second customer because we have this unbelievable trade that we get that has been serviced at your dealership. What more can you ask for a trade?
I love that. And even, outside the box, outside the client experience, I do think and me personally, and you're probably seeing at your stores, just the culture of your employees. Before service and sales, it was like West Side Story. Sales came back there, was like, get out. And I was just on site this whole summer. I was about 6 weeks on site, and just the collaboration now we're seeing. They need each other. And, the working together, the culture's changing. And I love that piece of it, that we're all working as one towards a common goal. And that's an excellent customer experience.
So when you talk about culture, so you look back 10 years ago, and Ted knows this for a fact, parts and service department hated each other, right? Oh my God, you're taking advantage of me. You're taking advantage of me. That is gone. Why? Because pay plans now are fixed ops. Next is, how do we bring service or fixed ops and variable together? It starts at the top. I share an office with my good friend Dennis over here. He's the variable director for our group. We're in the same office. As I'm the quiet one in the group, he doesn't listen to me very often. But the issue is that we are all one team, and we're working for one goal, is to retain customers and drive repeat and referral. And if your store doesn't believe in that, you will be not successful at all, because then what happens is that the service advisors will go against the sales department, and that does not help the customer out at all. So is your store set up for success? Is your store believe that we are one team? It starts there first. Second, and work on the process to buy the cars.
100%. I love all these different strategies. This conversation has been amazing. Thank you for all the great insight, Tully. To all of our listeners, we hope you've had as much fun as we have and gained some insight into what is working at Tully's top performing dealerships. We'd love to talk to you about the technology tools that we discussed and help you get more cars through the service lane in less time. So if you want any information, my cell phone is down at the bottom bar. Call, text me. Also, you can book a demo at xtime.com, and we will be in touch as soon as possible.
Love it. And one last thing, Tiffany and Tully, the XTime tools make the dealership look that much more professional and prepared, right? So a great analogy you gave us of the customer, with the advisor who is not using that compared to the ones who are. And, every guest every single time. So love it. Tiffany from XTime, thank you so much for being with us today. XTime has amazing tools. Tully Williams at the Nilo Group in Sacramento is an amazing performer. And Tully, thank you for everything that you shared with us today.
Well, I'm super excited. Glad to see that XTime is here. I tell you, I'm a believer in that product. And, as we said here, look at the things it can do for you. So, you know what? We just want to share that love with everybody else. And Ted, thank you for everything you do for us, my good friend.
Yep. Great stuff. Tully Williams and Tiffany from XTime here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks, Ted.
Dial up your team. Maximize service profits. Get more vehicles through the service lane in less time and maximize the opportunity of every RO. XTime is the partner that boosts the efficiency of your technicians and advisors while creating superior service experiences for your customers and additional revenue for your dealership. Unlock the power of your service teams. Build consumer trust and dealership transparency. Make more money. $110 more per repair order. Profit in the face of change and elevate customer satisfaction with innovative technology across the service experience. From appointment booking and self-check-in to online approvals and payment, satisfy consumers' demand for easy, convenient service appointments. with Schedule, Engage, Inspect, and Invite, the 4 products that make up XTime Spectrum. Maximize your service department's potential with online scheduling, pickup and delivery options, and robust shop management. Boost customer retention and dollars per RO with seamless check-in, instant access to declined services, and text communication. Inspire consumer trust while boosting revenue and shop efficiency with digital inspection processes and proactive communications featuring photos and videos. Assess unsold shop capacity and recapture declined services with powerful service marketing and communication tools like text marketing. XTime is part of a set of solutions that wield the power of Cox Automotive. Dealer.com, Vin Solutions, XTime, and DealerTrack DMS are stronger together. And when your marketing, sales, service, and operations are all in sync, you win. Deliver next-level consumer experiences and enjoy efficient workflows across all departments. Dial up your team. Maximize service profits. XTime. Secure your demo today.
You heard it here first, folks. Joe St. John and Steve Apicella's got the mega scoop on how to bring F&I and service together in our first ever super panel with Strategic DX.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable, and it is a great honor to introduce our very first mega panel to the event. It is sponsored by Strategic DX, your dealer experience. Everyone will know Stephen Apicella. To moderate this panel, however, we have a special moderator today. It is Joe St. John of AutoFi. Joe, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
I'm just shocked you guys are letting me moderate something, right? Like, and this is going to be so much fun and so much chaos, and we're going to get into so many deep discussions. And this panel is chock full of some of the brightest minds in retail today, and I can't wait to get into it, Ted. Thank you for having me on here.
Joe, you bring the fire. I am going to step out of the way, and I'm going to let you get the show started.
Let's kick this thing off. And I don't think this panel needs any introductions. You are the all-stars amongst all-stars in this business. And we're just going to dive right into this. We got about 40 minutes and it is a beautiful day. And let's get rocking and rolling. So here's what this is about. This is about modern retailing and modern engagement. And I think these are terms that get thrown around all the time. And I think it gets lost in this idea of just like getting a customer one time. And so I want to kick this over to you, Steve, to really get the conversation going about what does modern retailing and modern engagement actually mean to this industry?
Yeah, thanks, Joe. And, especially to the people on this panel, the brilliant minds, and to our great brick and mortar dealers, modern retail, there's a lot of discussion about the disruptors. Those who have come in, the 100% only online retailers. And I don't think it's our industry's mission to catch up to them. It's our job to surpass them. The one great thing about our industry is its unique ability to also locally service its customers better than anybody. And that's a huge part of the ownership journey that the brick and mortar dealers can deliver, transcending just selling a car. Which is what the 100% online retailers are doing today. So there's an opportunity here. I believe our industry, not everything's broken. I'm not that guy. I think there's a lot of great things happening in our industry, but there's a gap. There's a gap in between a customer and that one-time transaction buying the car and the service departments that can service them better than anybody. And we deploy a platform called Your Dealer Experience that extends and connects the disconnected parts of that relationship, extending things like F&I revenue and digital engagement for F&I products and digital push notification messaging and a digital rewards program all in one dealer branded application so that we can take all these great elements and connect them together for one unified journey between a dealer and their customer.
That's a great way to get this thing going. Tully, I'm going to bring it to you at a dealership working in the fixed ops world. How is modern retailing impacting you, and what does it really mean?
Well, I think when it comes to F&I products, as we are truly in the repeat and referral business, and as we start that journey buying the very first car and buying those great F&I products that we'd sell our family members, that's going to drive the business into the service drive. And when you look at modern retailing, what happens when you drive in the service drive? I got a whole bunch of stuff from you. What did I buy? Well, the guy is on YouTube, or he hasn't come in today yet at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I'll call you back. But that's not modern retailing today. What modern retailing is that, hello, Mrs. Jones, welcome to the dealership. And oh, by the way, I see that you bought some of these unbelievable products that I would have my parents buy. And I'm so glad I can come you in today. That is the power of this product. And this is the power of modern retailing, is that we have technology where at our fingertips today to drive great repeat referral business.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with that more. Brooke, how about you from your vantage point, coming out of the world that you came out of, really taking this on? How do you see modern retailing and modern engagement really impacting our industry today?
I absolutely love this topic for so many reasons. I recently did a questionnaire about, hey, when you buy a vehicle service contract, what's been your experience? Now, I know some individuals answered this, and of course, the individuals on this panel do a great job. And those that feel those pressure points of, you go in, you're like, I have to prove I actually bought this vehicle service contract. And I always buy the OEM contract every single time. One, normally, as we all know, we're in the industry, so we more than likely are getting some type of deal with the vehicle. So we always want to support the dealership, right? That's number one. Number two, I'm always going to do it just because I travel a lot. So I want to make sure my car is taken care of. Do you know that me, Brooke Furniss, I keep a copy of that vehicle service contract in my glove box? Why? Because the amount of times I have had issues with proving to the person where I always buy the car from the same dealership, I always have to prove that I purchased that vehicle contract every single time. I'm like, you guys, you know me, I've purchased this. So that's number one, is that you always run into this. And that was the overwhelming response of, hey, I always get it, but I always have issues with it, showing that I have to prove it. So that's number one. Number two, there was a study done, I think it was by Forbes, that it said that US companies lose $136.8 billion due to avoidable churn and just avoidable churn, which I thought that was kind of very interesting. I know that's across all, but when you take that and internalize that a little bit to what we're doing here with service. Now, this is all avoidable. And Steve, with your dealer experience, that's incredible what you're doing. But we can make this, and it's not just with technology, it's speaking. Hey, what did they do? Did they have this? Let's actually open up our mouths and have a communication from both sides of it. The technology aspect is phenomenal, but we also have to have the actual human communication and talk and cross-train and all these other things that we all have those amazing, wonderful, pull your hair out stories about, wait, you have technology and your CRM told you to do something, but you do really need to go call that customer and you just saw the customer. Like, we all have those stories. So I think there's all these different experiences of, hey, what are we doing? Do we really need to do this? And having the technology that's phenomenal. And I cannot praise Steve enough with your dealer experience, what that's doing. I know that they're take it down here. If you haven't called Steve, please call it, because what that has done, there's no one out there doing it. So thank you just so much for that. Also have that human connection portion of it.
Yeah, I think that the systems and processes and the way that we execute against these things in the dealership is so critically important, right? And so, Ed Roberts, you've been Fast Eddie. You've been in the service world for a long time, right? You have been wrenching on cars since your childhood, and I've seen you walk around a dealership getting frustrated at service advisors, waiting on a phone, trying to get to talk to somebody to figure out whether or not they can get something approved so they can get the work done for the customer. Tell me, what, from a service-centric viewpoint, how can we deliver modern retailing and modern engagement to today's consumers?
Well, a lot of what we talk about all ties together with technology and retention. We sell these products ultimately to create the retention. But if somebody like Brooke has to bring her contract in every single time to prove that she has this coverage, then are we really using technology to our advantage? And are we really telling that customer that I value your business? And we have to tie those things together so it's a seamless experience. We have forced customers to do business on our terms, do business with us on our terms for years. And this is the opportunity for us to do business with them on their terms and truly create an ease of ownership where they value coming back to the dealer, where they feel like they're getting their bang for their buck, rather than just coming in. I got coverage for that. I showed it to you last time. We're sending them in a rat race that ultimately is easily avoidable by tying all those things together where everybody sees it, the technician, the advisor, everybody's on the same page. It isn't, let me create an estimate for this. Oh, nope, it changed because they got special pricing, whatever it may be. It becomes seamless. And that's the ticket to meeting customers on their terms.
As we imagine, a customer that organically came back to your dealership because they needed support, and when they announce, I bought my car here, I bought some protection products, I need service support. Overwhelmingly in our industry, that opportunity for retention is spoiled when a service advisor, and it's not their fault, they're ill-equipped, has to say, what products did you buy from us? Brooke,
That's the hard part.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you have a copy of your contract with you? Do you know what it's called? And the landscape that we live in is every dealership has multiple third-party administrators powering their F&I environment. So it's not one 1-800 number and one phone queue and one call hold wait time and one manual claim processing. It's like jumping through multiple rings of fire in order to accommodate. And I say that, dealers today have to have world-class waiting rooms. Go have a coffee on us while we figure out what we sold you. And that's not the way it should be. And with all these topics, F&I revenue is important. Why do we leave it to just the F&I menu presentation? I'm not saying to remove the F&I menu presentation. I'm just simply asking, why does it just reside in that one micro moment? And then these service contracts, which by simplest definition is a contract for service. Why do we deploy the least desirable methods in order to deliver service when needed? It's 2022. This is long overdue.
Steve, you're taking me back here, right? So I came out of the finance world. I was a finance director. I had 7 F&I producers, and multiple times during my day as a director, I would have a service advisor show up in my office and go, "Hey, would you look this customer up in Reynolds real quick? I want to see if they bought anything." Like literally, that's how we connected those dots. And for me, I look at that today and I think like there's got to be better solutions, because while that's happening, there's a customer sitting in that lounge drinking coffee, wondering what the heck's going on. This should all be connected. Let's get over to Shawn. Shawn, tell us from your vantage point, your take on this.
So we talked about it during the last panel, the same group of we can go, and I'm going to take what Tully and Ed and take it a step further on the retail side, where you're right. We rely on the F&I person to put it in the right field, depending, I don't care what DMS you're on, where it's CDK or Reynolds and Reynolds or Techion or DealerTrack. If you don't put it in the right field in the exact right spot and put the exact right details, and by the way, you have this much space to type it into, the service advisor's blank. And to Tully's point, guys, we're in the resale business. That's what we're into. We're in the retail business. We're all about the client, okay? So as we grow, and now we're going to go to 24 stores in the group, as we acquire another store, what we're forgetting, and I know Ed and I and Tully have been on a ton of panels together talking about EV cars. Guys, the world's evolving. You got Carvana. You've got all these online tools that are selling service contracts that our advisors will never know what they sold. I'm not discounting what anybody's saying. We do a horrible job in-house. How do we expect to do the job outside our own house? We don't know what they're selling. Let's take the Corvette C8. I owned one for a minute. Just a minute, I sold it. Made a good killing, by the way, so everybody knows. But you got all these people traveling all over the United States to buy a C8. You know they're buying a service contract. They're not from us because we can't get enough of them. And we don't know what they're buying. And automatically, the very first interaction with the dealer, with the service advisor, is automatically we're already creating a wall, because we're telling them we don't know, we can't tell, we have no idea where to find it, and quite frankly, we probably don't give a damn, because at that point the customer's wall's up, our wall's up, and we've created a horrible environment from the very first meet and greet, because we don't know what the service contract is, which they already think covers everything anyway.
And Shawn, more to that point, every one of these great operators, BDC, fixed ops, everything that's here, everybody desires to create and generate the income from F&I after the sale, but it lacks a process. There's an F&I menu in that micro moment. That's the process. But a service advisor, in order to effectively do it, has to first know, what did we already sell them? And they don't know that. So how the hell could we ever sell them anything else if we don't know what they already have? And then the second thing is a process to actually do it on a desktop or on a smartphone. Here's everything you did buy, and then by extension, here's everything you didn't buy, and here's all the details about it, and you make the decision about it. And our experience, which has been profound with it, is when the customer makes that choice, chargebacks are almost zero, because they're not being tricked into it or forced into it. They're given the opportunity to learn about it and engage it, and that's missing in our industry. It's a vacancy.
It would be amazing. Sorry, Joe. It would be amazing to stand on a service drive for 30 seconds and have an advisor scan a VIN number and go, oh, by the way, I know, Mr. Jones, you bought this at our competitor, and I respect that because you couldn't get it from us. Or guys, we talk about Carvana and the other retail dealers. Guys, we have dealers that have 1 or 2 new cars on the lot. So they have to go somewhere else if they want it, because you just can't get it. And they're selling their service contracts. And again, like I said, we're already starting with the wall. And Tully and I and Ed talk about this till we're blue in the face. We create our own walls.
I could not agree more. So the thing for me that I think is really, really, really interesting about bringing all this together here is right now the F&I products themselves are under attack, right? Like you've got the proposed ruling by the FTC that goes into effect in, any day now. And if you think about that, like what's happening is this perception or low perception of value. And I think part of that is because when they come into the service drive, they get hit with so what did you buy? Did you buy any of that stuff? And the reality is that a lot of customers can get a lot of value of this if it's at their fingertips, which then better links them to the dealership. So I want to shift a little bit here and go over to BDCs. Elizabeth, let's talk about how in today's world, with all the tools at our fingertips, how can we help solve this from a customer experience, from that, I'm calling the dealership trying to figure out what to do because I got something going on and I'm talking to somebody in a BDC.
I'm glad you asked that because, oftentimes you get phone calls from customers that have no idea what kind of finance contract they purchased. They don't know if they purchased a maintenance plan. They don't know if they purchased an extended warranty. If they got an extended warranty, they don't know what all it covers. And I've also found that oftentimes the advisors or other dealerships have no idea, and the customers have no idea as well. Like with Brooke mentioning, a lot of customers don't carry a copy of the contract with them because they have to prove, I have this contract. And, in a BDC, we're able to pull up the contract information, explain everything the best we can to our knowledge, and we even offer send a copy of the contract to that customer. And, I can't help but wonder, from BDC to an advisor, how can we go about training the advisor to know exactly how the contract works, what it covered, how can they use it, what can it not cover, how do we help, the finance part, salespeople communicate with service and educate these advisors as well as BDC on how the contract works? Because, a lot of times people just are completely clueless. And I don't mean that in a bad way, because I can't tell you how often, I go to buy something, do you want to buy an extended warranty? And I'm like, is it really important? Do I really need it? Is it going to benefit me? Oftentimes there's hoops and hurdles you have to jump through.
How many times does a service advisor learn about what's being sold in the F&I office for the first time when a customer is standing in front of them requesting service from it? That is a pathway to nowhere. And the repeat and referral business is torn down when we interact like that. And, that's again, there's so many things here, you guys, that are great in the industry. We can refine the hell out of the sales process and separately refine the hell out of the service process. But until we fix that gap in between the two of them, we're going to keep getting what we get. And I can't forecast the future. None of us can. Are we in a recession? The experts don't even know, right? There's an argument about that, or what's car inventory going to look like, or what are EVs going to do? I think the greatest innovations and the greatest contributions in our industry are the things that transcend the moment. Is this smart to do in any economic reality? I think so.
So
sorry.
Go ahead, Brooke.
Jump in here. So another thing that I think that puts not only the BDC, it puts service, it puts everyone, I'll say, on edge, and almost it butts heads because of, once again, you have technology that is fighting each other. I've seen, I mean, I used to work where I was in 300 dealerships a year, and then doesn't matter what position, where you would have, I've seen stores that have they have a front end DMS and then a back end DMS. Then you have a CRM that doesn't talk to each other. So they can buy what doesn't matter what they're on the F&I menu, they'll buy whatever, but that's not translating to the CRM. It's only translating to one of the DMSs. So now you're going in and every single time they're going into service, that's not even in the back end DMS. So the customer is always losing. Now, don't get me wrong, the stores will losing as well, but as a consumer, even as a BDC, you have no idea what the hell is going on because nothing is translating. So as great as technology is, the technology is failing you, people, process, and product, all three are failing, all of them. So all of this technology.
In 2022, when we're pulling the deal bag to figure out what we sold the customer, how does that happen? And I want to make this point because this is something that's really a core tenet of what we do. Is great technology, when deployed correctly, doesn't remove the in-person engagement, it propels it. It's when you have that moment to create and inspire retention. The fact that a customer came back is not retention. It's what you did in that moment that inspires them to come back again and again and again that matters. And great technology just removes those pain points so that when we do have that in-person engagement, we can make the most of it.
All right, I got a bunch of questions, and I want to keep digging on this. But first, man, John Frazier, I see that saxophone sitting in the background. Why don't you lay some jazz on us right now about what you think is happening in the world of modern retailing and modern engagement and what you think we can do to stay in time and keep playing?
Man, I think it all goes back to what we've been talking about, and it starts with process. And we've all sort of hit on it already. I know, speaking from our dealership, service contracts are huge. Luckily, with our group of dealers, they've simplified it and they only offer 1 or 2 products. So it's no guessing game for the advisor when the customer comes in. Any product that was offered in F&I, we already know about. The advisors can check it right from their tablet. And so we know what the customer's coming in with. Now, interesting for us, going back to what Shawn was saying about customers are having to go other places and buy products elsewhere, over 40% of my business in the past 12 months were first-time customers. And so I dealt with a lot of third party over the past year that we had no information on. And so it became such a huge component, service contracts, of our service drive. We went out and hired somebody that sits on the service drive, and that's all this person does. It's not productive for an advisor to be chasing his tail on what the customer has and what's covered and what's not covered. So this person serves as a point of contact for the advisors to call in all the claims, to see what sort of coverage the customer has, so that I can keep the advisors in front of the customer. I believe if we want to speak on modern retailing, we have to look at companies like Amazon and the companies that are out there making it easy, if you will, for the customer. If we don't make it easy for the service advisors, they're not going to make it easy for the customers.
You know, and John, that's right on. You know, the secret sauce that a lot of people don't think about, and a lot of people think Amazon's not comparable to the automotive retailing industry, and it is. Amazon is chock full of brick and mortar and people to deliver its products and services. We're not looking at it through the right filter, right? But the reason why Amazon is $1 trillion plus valued company is not because they can sell something one time. It's because they figured out the desired engagement before and after the sale that keeps their customers coming back again and again and again. I don't know your personal online buying habits on this panel or anybody watching, but I promise you nobody's gone to Amazon once. We keep going back again and again. And the real value about that is not only did they figure out the desired engagement before and after the sale, but the thing that people should take note of is they're not the cheapest resource online anymore. But it doesn't matter. People keep coming back because they're willing to pay more for that better experience.
I don't just keep coming back, Steve. I've got a shopping cart full of stuff and I'm just waiting to get the courage to hit buy on, right? Like that's how much I love Amazon. Now, Tully Williams, I want to come to you because I heard something a second ago that really stuck out to me. My mom was a service advisor, right? I love advisors. I believe it is the lifeblood of the dealership. And for me, Tully, I think that advisors want to be great at their job. They don't want to be sitting on a phone waiting for a warranty administrator to talk to them. And I want to hear from you how much this modern retailing and modern engagement can actually make their lives better to make customers' lives better.
As we are in the repeat and referral business, think of this. F&I products are important, but if the F&I department and the service department are not syncing, as I share an office with the F&I guy right over there, do you believe that I sell a bunch of products, you come in the driveway and they say, what did you buy? Oh, you bought all that stuff? Bro, no, that doesn't work. It talks about, are the riders all in? Because what's the best job you can have? The best job is that everything is covered and you get a deductible from the customer and the customer leaves happy. What does the tech want? The tech wants a yes answer fast. What happens? This is what happens when modern retail works. When you sell F&I products that the store believes in, that we would sell our family members. Next, the service advisors want to have those products. You didn't buy that product. Get your app out. Let me show you how you can get that product for you. Have you lost your key once a year? Why would you not want the key program, right? Have it everybody excited. And then best of all, what's the best used car for a dealer? A car that has an extended warranty on it because it's always fixed. So here's the guys and gals. Is your store connected? Is your store working together to do what? To drive repeat and referral business, make the customer's experience the easiest possible. That's the issue. And F&I products help that happen.
You know, Tully, it's old school and cliche. I honor my dad who's long passed by saying this, but a good deal is only a good deal when it's good for everybody. Is it good for the customer? Is it good for our employees? And you know what? I want to honor this too. These third-party administrators play a critically valuable role in our industry by creating these products that create this revenue and retention opportunity. But the truth is, even these great third-party administrators spend the most amount of money delivering service the least desirable way. And part of what our platform does is refine the process for them too, so that they can deliver that fast, efficient, world-class service. And by extension, your service advisors can too. We got to stop throwing bodies at it and start throwing intelligence at it so we can do this the right way.
So Steve, when you guys came up to the needle company and we talked about putting the product in, I was at a service manager dinner and I told them, hey, this is what's coming. And they instantly said yes. They didn't even ask how much it cost. They didn't want to know anything. I can know what this person bought today at this very second. They were completely freaked out. That's what modern retail is about. Something so simple can make our life so much easier. I mean, poor John down there, this guy here has to hire somebody to do something that an app can do for us in the matter of seconds.
And John's person, I think he's applied logic, let's get somebody to do it. But even that person's got to pick up the phone and call the 1-800 number and go through those rings of fire to get that service approved. And that's, again, our industry needs to evolve way past that. We have technology today that can unify it. And the other thing I'll say about this is we're really good as an industry about refining the processes that we already know. But what about the vacancies? What about where nothing exists? It's not okay. And we have to work together hand in hand to ensure that we're really delivering something that people can't live without.
I want to kick over to Ed Robertson. Ed, how does this impact the actual ownership experience for a consumer?
Well, I'm glad you asked that question, because the best customer in the world is what? The one we already have. So the best form of conquest is retention. And the way we truly retain our customers, as Tully says, repeat and referral business, is to take away those pain points of the ownership experience. One, by them having a contract, a service contract for when there is something that happens, we control their expense going forward, but take away the trust factor of, well, they told me that was covered. Well, I got to go see. And when we tie all that together and we create the ownership experience that our customer wants, then we create brand loyalty. Then when we create brand loyalty, we have the retention. When we have retention, we spend a lot less money conquesting. And when we spend a lot less money conquesting, we can predict what our future business looks like. So it's all about the ownership experience. And that's what it all cycles back around to.
I'm going to kick over to Shawn for a second. I think that we talk a lot about consumer experience because we believe in consumer experience, but I believe the consumer experience, like consumer interest and shareholder interest, are never in conflict with each other, because consumer experience turns into lifetime value of a customer, and it turns into net profitability of the dealership. Shawn, give me your take on how all this impacts the actual financial outcomes of a dealership.
It's huge, because Ed said it perfect, and I'm not going to steal all Ed's thunder on that. He already said the best customer is a retained customer. Guys, it's not one that we're sending direct mail out where you get 1 or 2% feedback on, or response rate on, or even the digital side of marketing side of it, where they're sending out blanket Facebook messages that you're overcrowded by. Guys, it's all about retaining the person that's standing in front of you. And once again, if the person standing in front of you, even to John's point, is a first-time client, they're not a second-time client if it starts out confrontational. It's all about the bottom line, and everything on the bottom line is 100% retention. And the manufacturers that have gotten that now, that it's really not about CSI anymore. What's the one question that matters? It's retention. It is all about retention and service contracts, to Tully's point. It's all about taking care of the client that's sitting in front of you. Retention, we are a repeat and referral business. And we, as a business, do a horrible job with it. We know that.
You know, I see this often. There are great solutions out there like AutoFi, to refine the engagement to acquire a customer and to sell them a car. And then that experience, that frictionless experience, abruptly ends with the sale of the car. And that's where, again, I still think that's a very valuable part. But if we're really going to differentiate ourselves from the 100% only online retailers, we have to deliver the whole experience. I call it digital life cycle beyond digital retailing, where we continue that and make that critical connection so that it's not step one, customer acquisition, step two, customer abandonment. And all too often, that's what we see.
Well, and I think there's some people on this panel that are taking that on, right? When I was an F&I manager, we had this saying, SW, SW, SWN, some will, some won't, so what next? And I think that you get this attitude of like, we're churning through them. And so, John, at your dealership, you guys are actually selling F&I contracts through the service drive to customers that are getting vehicles worked on. And you're building some connective tissue between those two departments to think more in a life cycle. Tell me how that's working and how y'all are taking that on.
So it's huge. It's been a lifeline for us, especially with retention. More so our first year retention. It's a big number that Mopar measures. We've seen over the past 2 years nearly a 30-point increase in our first year retention by offering some very small, basic maintenance plans. Hey, listen, buy this contract is nearly the price of one service, but it's going to get you 2. Buy this contract, it's over 3 years' time, and it gets you 4 services. So these people, they buy these contracts. It's a great deal on the surface. It looks great, and it is. And they come back to our drive for these services. We've started that really religiously in the first year. The team sells approximately 20% of our ROs, customer pay ROs, every month get a contract. They drive them really hard. And then we started throwing in road hazard programs, retire and wheel. And it's a great program. It's at $7,500 worth of coverage. I mean, how many times can you buy a set of wheels and tires for $7,500? So then we throw in a 2-year extension of their bumper to bumper, if you will. I know that term's a little sketchy, but their base warranty, we can take it up another 2 years right here from the service drive at a great deal, at a great price. And in that benefit, somebody said key fob earlier, it's got key fob replacement, it's got towing, it's got rental car coverage, it's got trip interruption. You get displaced so far from your home base. We'll pay for lodging, pay for rental car, pay for food. So it's great products that I'd have no problem, nor my team would have a problem selling to their family. And we're just hustling these on the service drive. So it's taken that wall that you often see between departments in the dealership, and it's crushed that wall, making it a continuous retention building tool from F&I onto the service drive. And because of our first-time customers that come through, then we capture a lot of those people as repeat customers. They're not just first-time customers. They come back because they purchase a contract.
John Frazier, I see an added benefit here, right? Because for a service advisor to sell that, they have to understand it. because if they don't understand it, there's issues, right? Elizabeth, you're working in BDCs. What's the challenges and problems when service advisors don't actually know about and understand the coverage that is being sold to customers?
I found that like if the advisors have no clue what their contract covers, like maybe oftentimes the customer may not want to trust them to service your vehicle, maybe not even want to proceed with the repair that's recommending the vehicle. Like me personally, if I were getting my car serviced and the advisor has no idea what my contract covered or how it even works, like if they can explain to me in detail in a way that I can understand, why should I trust you to service my car and take care of it for me?
You know, Elizabeth, I love that. And what about the next time you're in that F&I environment again and somebody's pitching you the product again, and that's the experience you had? You know, we have to lay these tracks. The life cycle isn't just the ownership experience with the car you have. It's about the next car and the next experience and the next one. And that's where we have to, again, I see this all the time and I understand the intent, trying to catch up with the 100% online retailers on how we sell cars. Let's figure out how we deliver the kind of value that inspires a lifetime customer. And that's exactly what we're focused on. Again, connect the disconnected is our mantra, because there's a lot of disconnected parts. There's a lot of things going really well, but there's a lot of disconnected parts in the ownership journey.
Well,
Yeah,
Steve, to that point, you've got 80%. What's the stat? Like 80% of your future profits is going to come from what, 10% of your, or was it 20% of your existing clients. So with that, if you anything right now it's all about your existing clients. We all know the rule of thumb is it's 5 times more expensive to get new customers. So it's all about retaining your current clients right now. It is so much more expensive to bring on. And we could sit there and throw stats at you. Anyone on this panel can sit and throw stats about how expensive it is to get a new client and how the new ad that you're going to throw out there, it's so insanely difficult. So selling that vehicle, as Steve has said, that is just the very, very first part. And it's a very important, it's very, very important, but period. It is. There's no but. It is important. It is service. It's the service portion of it that I think that too often it's overlooked, that if service doesn't do their job and we don't focus on service, and if we screw up that portion of it, that customer's not coming back. They're not telling their friends. It's all that if they have a bad time in service, they're not coming back and not buying a car from us, and they're no longer returning. We have that churn. All of those negative things happen. And if there's that disconnect from sales to finance to service, bye-bye customer. And you've just lost all that. It's a one-time customer. Now you're just chasing your tail over and over again.
Yeah. Tully, I want to get back to you for a moment, because I think that we got to figure out how to bring these two parts of our organizations together. Right? I actually think the job of a finance manager and the job of a service advisor are very similar. Right? We got a captive customer sitting in front of us. We're upselling them additional benefits that are delivering high levels of value. Tully, I've been on a call with you in your office and seen the F&I person on the other side. And I've been on a call with the F&I person in your office and seen you on the other side. Talk to me a little bit about how in your organization you're bridging that gap, because I find it super interesting. And I think a lot of the people on this today would love to hear a little bit more about it.
Well, it starts, I think, with your dealer. Does your dealer have the right culture in the store that we're all one team? And we have that culture. It starts with him, because if your dealer doesn't have it and they pretend to have it, it doesn't work, right? And because we're a family company for over 100 years, right? We have dedication. So the next piece is that does the F&I director and does the fixed ops director all talk about F&I products like we are one team? So he's not going to go out and find some hillbilly company to sell some hillbilly insurance that don't freaking fix anything, right? Because I'm going to be in there yelling at him when he's talking to the guy on the phone, and which I have, just so you know. So the goal is that we work together. So when he says, Tully, I'm thinking about adding this concept or doing this, that sounds great. Let's find out what that's going to do. How is that going to help the customer out? Because we're there together. Then when we have issues in the store, what do? I bring the F&I guy with me. We talk to the riders. Why can't we sell? Are we having a problem? Are you having a problem with the administrator? I mean, we get it together where we're one team. That's the reason that we share an office, is for that reason alone, that everything we talk about. So he overhears my conversations, because, I'm a very soft-spoken person, and he is I overhear his conversations and I chime in a lot.
All right, so we're getting towards the end of this, and I want to actually focus on delivering value for the attendees today. And so we're going to try something a little bit different at the end of this. I'm going to go around and I'm going to just hit each of you. And what I want to know is it's 2022, right? Like we're all on this panel working to do better. Our dealers are trying to figure out how to do better. And I'm going to ask each of you, when it comes to modern retail and modern engagement, if you were going to give one piece of advice to the dealers that are paying attention today, what would you tell those dealers to actually do better? What would be your one piece of advice? Steve Apicella, why don't you start us off?
Yeah, one mission, one journey. Tully said it, it starts from the top and it's a culture that goes all the way through. I'll reiterate the challenge and the question I brought up in the beginning. Is our great industry only trying to sell a car and maybe a couple F&I products, or also trying to earn a recurring customer? And actions and processes and leadership speak louder than words if we desire anything more than a one-time transaction. And connecting that disconnected journey, retention doesn't start 6 months after the customer buys a car. It starts way before that. And getting connected so you can communicate to a customer in a way that they appreciate, you can add value and incentivize loyalty. And then when you get that moment, be prepared to make the most of it so that the customer understands and believes that you're there to continuously deliver that value.
Love it. Let's go around the horn fast, like 30 seconds. John Frazier, what's your one thing you would tell a dealer you got to start doing today?
Man, I preach it all the time on LinkedIn. It's all about training. Knowledge is power. I believe wholeheartedly, and in my entire career, I've always been taught that when a customer says no, they're not saying N-O, they're saying K-N-O-W. And oftentimes in our business, it's because we didn't educate the customer enough. And within our departments, both F&I, sales, service, we have to educate the crew to know what are we selling before they can offer the customer any value. It's got to be simple. It's got to be easy. And we've got to teach it and train it.
Love it, man. Elizabeth Martin, what's your one thing you would tell dealers today that would help a dealer?
Like John said, training, you have to have ongoing training and continue to educate everyone in the dealership, make sure we're all on the same page. Communication is everything. So definitely training and educating and just coming together.
Love it. Shawn, what about you, man?
2 simple words: evolve and educate. You do those 2 things, you're there.
I love that, man. 2 simple words: evolve and educate. I'm going to write that down in my notebook. Ed Roberts, Fast Eddie, what do you got?
I'll keep it simple as well. Remove friction points. Meet customers on their terms, not ours. We constantly run them through our broken process.
Love it, man. Let's go, Brooksy Furniss. You got the 10 seconds. What's your one thing?
10 seconds. Communicate and cross-train. Keep it simple. Shadow them, instead of cross-train. Whatever someone's doing, bring the other person in. Other departments.
Tully Williams, what do you got?
In the repeat,
one bit of advice.
In the referral business, make sure your team is one, not a department.
Oh, I love that. I'll give you my one piece of advice. We're all really profitable right now. So now's the time to experiment and take risks. You can do it right now. The sun is out. We're making hay. Let's take risks and try new things.
Wow. Joe St. John, what a great panel. Joe, magnificent job with all these heavy hitters, Joe. You got the very best of the best here.
I can't wait to rewatch this when it's done and everything wraps up, because I was mentally taking notes and I wanted to type notes the whole time because the knowledge that was being dropped was game changing.
Game changing, Joe, all the way. Joe, thank you so much. Steve Apicella, thank you for bringing this to the surface. It has been badly needed for a long time. You can hear that. It's resonated. A lot of the comments last time and today, out of the park, Steve. Fantastic job. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll say one more thing that, it's not just always like-minded people. We need to bring everybody into the conversation. We need to listen to every perspective to really deliver the desired result. And I love events like the Fixed Ops Roundtable that does exactly that. Bringing people together. We don't always have to agree. That's not the point, but we have to listen to one another so we can really deliver what our great industry deserves. Thank you, Ted. Thank you, John, and everybody else on the panel. Appreciate you all.
Steve, thank you. I want to thank as well everybody on the panel: Shon Kingrey, Elizabeth Martin, John Frazier. Good to see you again. We're going to have you back a lot. Ed Roberts, Brooke Furniss, thank you so much. The great Tully Williams, Steve Apicella, and of course, Joe St. John. Modern Retailing, everybody. The Modern Retailing panel, mega panel, sponsored by Strategic DX, your dealer experience, here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable, Roaring Twenties. Wow.
The most important relationship in the auto sales industry is between the dealer and their customer. But that relationship is often undermined by an overlooked problem. Consider this. How many products does the dealer offer in their F&I environment? 4, 5, 6, or more? Through how many different third-party administrators and product providers? Traditionally, it's more than a few. As a direct result, how many different pathways exist for the customer or service drive to engage in F&I product service? As many ways as there are F&I providers. And how many of those ways are modern and connected, or even desired, leading the dealer to increase revenue and more meaningful retention? 0. The elephant in the room is the maze of service options ensuing from the various F&I products, 800 numbers, and time-consuming online claim forms create an engagement nightmare for both the customer and service drive. Even if each provider has a modern app, it still contributes to the problem. If the maze of required service pathways were disclosed at the point of sale, customers would probably turn and run. It's no one's fault. Truth is, the multiple TPA product provider F&I environment is tactically smart for the dealer. Dealers choose the best products through the best providers, who offer their unique attributes to strengthen the dealer's position. While the use of electronic menus employed by dealers presenting multiple TPA products improves compliance and customer acceptance, it does little to address the dizzying array of antiquated pathways currently available to the customer and dealership when service is needed. Your dealer experience solves the dealer-customer engagement problem, especially when multiple providers exist. YDE deploys one dealer-branded technological platform for servicing all products sold in the F&I environment, modernizing the process and ensuring the customer and dealer are always connected. Both customers and the dealer's service drive can view all F&I product purchases and details in one place, even with multiple administrators. YDE enables customers to submit a claim, receive approvals, and engage in service from one dealer-branded solution, creating an intuitive service experience for everyone. Dealers can additionally communicate directly to customers with service reminders, announcements, product offerings, events, and more, creating a new customer experience moment powered by the dealer. YDE fortifies F&I administrators and product providers with improved loss control, greater claim accuracy, and faster processing times, while leveraging transformative claim adjudication methods and next-generation workflow efficiencies. More importantly, it's a powerful sword for the F&I administrators and product providers to successfully compete on the battlefield of customer experience, to increase revenue and more meaningful customer retention. There's no need to change existing F&I processes, products, or mechanisms. YDE connects the disconnected, strengthens relationships, and builds greater profits. We believe it's the dealer's customer and should always be their relationship.
Tickets, please. This train's raring to go with the #1 BDC engine. All aboard, because next up is Bali.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. And at our event, I have never seen as much focus on the telephones And to further this discussion, we have brought in the expert. It is Scott Davis, who is the founder, and he's also the president at Volley. And Volley is known throughout the industry as the #1 BDC engine. Scott, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Yeah, thanks, Ted. Excited to be here.
Excited to have you. Extremely timely. Here we are going into the last quarter pretty soon, right? Of 20. It's hard to believe, right?
The year's 3/4 over. It just feels like it started.
Yeah, and you've really taken the industry by storm, Scott. And I'm so glad that today you're going to help our audience. We're going to talk about 10 key metrics to measure in your service BDC. And it's interesting because I think a lot of folks don't know what metrics or what the right metrics are that they should be looking at.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, and there's a million of them you can measure, but there's some key ones that will help you grow your business. And let's talk about it today.
Well, I'm probably most interested in this very first one, the outbound attempts per agent, because it's, so key that we are proactively going out to the customer base. So talk to us about #1, outbound.
Sure. If you're going to grow a customer pay RO business, you need to interrupt the customer. And a good way to do it is outbound calls. Typically, if a BDC is fully staffed and they're using technology like Volley, call center technology, an agent is going to take about 70 inbound calls and they're going to make 140 plus outbound attempts, which, those outbound attempts are how you're going to grow that business. You need to monitor that because the math is pretty simple. It's like a lot of things in life. The more effort you put in, the more you'll get out of it. So if you make 140 outbound attempts, you're going to speak with about 30% of them during the day. You need to quickly get through those attempts. Those 140 outbound attempts should be about 16 appointments per day. So at $295 an RO, that's good revenue each agent was able to do. Typically in a BDC nowadays, using their desk phone, it's hard to get to outbound calls. And if you really want to grow your customer pay service RO business, you better measure this and manage to it.
And I've heard that Volley's technology is like nothing else when it comes to those outbound calls.
Excuse me. Well, when an agent is not on an inbound call, we automatically serve up the most important outbound call the dealer wants to be made. So we've eliminated all the time in between a phone call, which helps them be productive. Technology has not changed in the BDC in 40 years. People are still using old technology to call their customers, all the while their most expensive part, their agent, has gotten more and more expensive. So, we're a tool to help them be more efficient.
Let's talk about #2, the drop rate.
Sure. Dealers don't want to ever drop any customer. It's not really realistic though. We consider a dealership that has a fully staffed BDC is going to drop about 6 to 9% of their calls. Calls are never distributed evenly. If you have 10 agents and you get 20 phone calls because everyone's off at lunch, you're going to drop calls. So a good BDC we're seeing is running at about 6 to 9%. And that's a level that you should be able to make 200 and some inbound, outbound combos together each day. And that's a level that seems to manage the business that the customers are trying to give you. So if you're higher than that, you're probably aggravating your customers and you're leaving a lot of business that you could be getting if you were managing that.
Great metrics. All right. #3, Scott, the callback rate.
Yeah. So in call center technology, that's inbound, outbound blended, there are really 2 components. Certainly the amount of business you're doing by outbound, and then your drop rate on inbound. So before you can get to that outbound business, you need to manage the business the customers are trying to give you, as mentioned above. A a good platform will allow you to call back all the people that you missed in it. So you can essentially lower your drop rate to zero. There's been studies that have shown that 70% of the people who you miss, they go somewhere else. So your callback percentage should be near to 100% as possible. Good technology will allow you to manage that and certainly prioritize the ones so you can do it in the order. But you can, the first step is to do no harm for the people who are trying to trade with you. And I would manage that, and I would shoot for 100% of the people called back that you missed.
I'm interested in number 4, contact rate. And Scott, if you don't mind, define for us the contact rate, what that means.
Yeah. So the way we define it is the number of people you enroll in a campaign, for instance, recall or service retention, et cetera, to the people that answer the call. So if you enroll 100 people and 27 people answer the phone when you call, that's a contact rate of 27%. These contact rates will vary based on the type of campaign you're running, how current the customers are, or if they're lost customers, it'll be a lower contact rate, and the number of attempts you're running. So typically with call center software, you make the first attempt. If they don't answer, you'll re-enroll them in a few days or a few hours and try them again. And those are lower contact rates. But in general, you need to manage it by the campaign. If the rate is not around 30%, it's probably something you have a problem with. The government, well, I mean, Ted, have you ever received on your phone a potential spam label?
Just before we started, yeah.
Yeah, so we've integrated in technology that we've got an agreement with the carriers to whitelist those numbers. If you're finding a low contact rate, it's quite possible you've got some negative labeling on your calls. Your data could be bad, or your calls are being labeled, or maybe you're enrolling people who haven't been in for 4 years. A lot of them have moved. A lot of them aren't interested in doing business with you. You should manage this by the campaign. And if they're not the levels that you're accustomed to or that are industry standards, you should figure out how to solve it, because all those attempts cost money.
And Scott, I would imagine that it is the better dealers who do business with you at Volley, who seek to do these things out, because you're talking about things that, the below average dealers, just don't even do.
Oh, I think most dealers are trying hard and running good businesses. I wouldn't categorize it that way.
Okay.
I mean, we compete with 40-year-old desk phone technology, or some of it's new with VoIP technology. Maybe I just need to be a better job of evangelizing what we do. So we've got great dealers that work with us.
Okay. All right. Number 5, the outbound appointment conversion rate.
So once again, this kind of waterfalls all the way down to the number of people that you've enrolled in a campaign. Typically, you should be able to convert 11 to 15% of the people on a service retention campaign that you set up. If you're below that, most call center softwares, the calls are recorded. You should QA those calls. Make sure that the agents are adhering to the scripts. Script adherence is very important. I know that a lot of good call centers train on the scripts for 5 minutes a day per agent. If you're not seeing these conversion rates, listen to a few calls. Look at the people you're enrolling. Make sure they fit the parameters for the campaign you're supposed to do, and track it. Over at $295 an RO, which one customer gets, a couple percent higher conversion rate is tens of thousands of dollars in a year. So
the math is huge, Scott. Number 6, the inbound appointment conversion rate.
Yeah. So this one is totally variable to the store by what they do. Service BDCs range from ones who act as a receptionist for the store. Some of them route the status checks to the store or to the BDC, others to the service advisor. So just some basic, simple math. 70% of the people who are calling a BDC are trying to schedule an appointment. The others are hour checks, status checks, etc. You should try to be converting over 80% of those people because they're calling to do business with you. If you're not, you need to look at that. Now, that rate might be quite a bit lower if the BDC is answering all of the phone for the entire dealership and routing people to sales and such. But I would look at that every time. Every week, I'd look at that number and make sure you're converting people.
I think number 7 will pique the interest of most dealers and GMs, the agent productive time, Scott.
Yeah, I mean, we're not expecting people to be on the phone 60 minutes a day, 8 hours a day. But typically, if you're using a desk phone and your typical dealership's agents are on the phone about 35% of the time, good dialing software will eliminate the time in between a call, make it easy for them to go from record to record. And a good benchmark would be my agents are going to be on talking with customers at least 75% of the time. That means that gives them enough time for their breaks. Maybe they need to log out and go speak with a service advisor, or they've got other duties in the dealership. But our dealers shoot for at least 75% efficiency. We have some dealerships that most of their agents are around 90%. Think of the difference between if you've eliminated the time in between a phone call and you get them on the phone, or you keep your agents on the phone longer, that water falls down again to that conversion rate of 11 to 15%. You need to watch the productive time of your agents, and a good system will track that for them.
Everybody, we're talking today to Scott Davis. He is the co-founder and president of a company called Volley. They are the number one BDC engine in the industry. And we're going over some important metrics that a lot of dealers ask about, a lot of managers may not know about. Number 8 is a very high interest, Scott, the appointment show rate, because as human beings, I know, I tend to forget if I have an appointment. I need to have some kind of a system to make sure I'm reminded. What about appointments for dealerships?
Yeah. Anecdotally, it seems a little lower as we're winding, as summer wound down. Now that we're in the fall, it's ticking up again. If you're not getting at least 80% show rate on the service appointments you make, look at your processes. My goodness, are you reminding the customers? Do you have systems in place to do appointment confirmation reminders? Are you sending them notices that they scheduled one? And those things can all be managed. That is a very simple thing to do in any system. If you're seeing lower show rates, you've spent a lot of time and energy for no payoff. It's very expensive, and you've booked out shop time for people who are now you're not going to be able to do billable hours for. You have to manage this. You have to have a system in place to remind these customers to come in, especially now, because some dealerships are short of service techs. Depending on the service they're providing, they might be 2 or 3 weeks out when they schedule the appointment. Have a system in place that measures and manages your appointment show rate. Make sure you put the steps in that you can make this as high as possible.
Scott, number 9, I didn't even know was a metric. Agent ignores. Talk to us and take us through that.
Customers are always nervous when they've got when they're making an inbound call to a dealership. They want to be helped. They're maybe confused on what they need, or they don't know what to ask for. Time spent on hold adds to anxiety there. In a typical call center application, an agent, when they're served an inbound call, if they ignore it, that customer stands on hold for another 9 to 12 seconds. In Volley, it's 9 seconds. That's more time that the customer's aggravated. Those are more calls that they're pushing off on other agents, adding to their stress for the day. So I would look at that ignore rate. You'll have a good idea of what your agents are doing, if they're good team members, if they're causing extra hold time for your customers. Every single agent is going to have if you see one or two ignores in a day, maybe they forgot to put themselves in pause and the system automatically put them in pause and gave it ignore. Maybe their boss came up and they weren't looking. If you have someone who has 20, 30, 40 ignores, they're probably aggravating your customers, and they're probably working the rest of the agents quite hard. I'd look at that number for sure.
Wow, these metrics are important, Scott. Number 10, and this is a topic that's come up with a number of folks here at the Roundtable, no availability tracking. Take us through that.
Yeah, this one is very timely with what's going on with the service tech shortages. You should look at how many times your agents are marking a call as no availability for the customer to schedule it. I just looked at one store in preparation for this, Ted. They took, this was a dealer group, they took 6,300 inbound calls that week, and they had 35 no availability dispositions. You are always going to have some. The customer calls in, they can only come Tuesday at 11:45 and it's booked and they can't do it. So that's a normal number. I mean, at 35 out of 6,300, that's normal. But if you're looking at that number and you see that maybe you have 300 no availability call outcomes, you've got issues. Either you have a tech shortage, which you may know about. Maybe you can look at extending your hours or changing those hours. One thing we see is the BDCs get a lot of pushback from the service advisors and techs to maybe they want to block off times. Maybe they don't want to schedule the service appointments at 4:30 on a Thursday or Friday, and they're artificially shortening that window. You need to look at that time, and you need to look at it every week, because it can change on a dime and it can cost you a ton of money. I wouldn't run a business without knowing what that number is, especially now where there's shortages.
Everyone, if you look at the metrics that Scott has shared with us, and if you put a dollar amount, which he has, to that average RO, that pencils really quickly. And look at these opportunities that add up. Scott, I know our audience is going to want to reach out to you to get more information, just to maybe recap these metrics. And also, you've built this amazing software, this platform called Volley, which I think would be a compliment to most every dealership watching today. How can our audience reach out to you, and how do we find out more?
Well, certainly you can call me or go to volley.com and schedule a demo. If you want what I presented today, just email me at scott@volley.com, or you can fill out the form on the website and we'll send it to you. I really appreciate being on this, Ted. We love Volley. We love working with the dealers and helping it make it easy for them to communicate with their customers. And, I hope to hear from folks. I'll help you in any way I can, with or without Volley. So,
and everybody, you're hearing from the president and co-founder of Volley. It's Scott Davis. And Scott, we've got, I think, on the roundtable, the early adopter dealers and the dealers who want to go out and look at this proactively. So I see a great marriage here. So everybody, Scott Davis from Volley here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Thank you, Scott.
Thanks, Ted. Thanks for having me.
moment now to scan the QR code on your screen to vote for the Best Practice Awards that will be announced at the end of the day tomorrow. Remember, every vote counts, so make sure to vote for the 5 speakers or panelists whom you think are the most dashing speakers on the Fixed Ops Roundtable. And don't forget, you can only vote once.
Don't jump the gun on us just yet. We've still got some great panelists ahead of us. Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable Roaring 20s event.
Get the edge on recession-proofing your dealership with our next panel and the hashtag #GoToPartsGirl from PartsEdge.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable, and the Recession-Proofing Fixed Ops panel is up now, and we are very humbled not only to be joined by a great A-list panel, and I see a lot of Best Practice Award winners here. We are very humbled to have with us today Kaylee Felio, the Sales and Marketing Manager at PartsEdge. Kaylee, welcome to the Roaring 20s Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, and what a great theme to have.
And I see you are ready for all that we have coming. And, thank you, Kaylee, for all you do for the industry and for assembling this panel. I'm excited. I know this topic is going to resonate with our audience. And so without further ado, Kaylee, I'm going to step out of the way and I'm going to let you take it from here and let you get on with the introductions.
Thank you. Yes. So let's start with everyone introducing themselves. So we'll go down the list. We'll start with Bill.
Hi there.
Tell us your name, title, and where you're from.
Hi, I'm Bill Demaree. I'm the Group Director of Fixed Operations for the Tom Wood Auto Group, based out of Indianapolis, Indiana.
I'm Holden Scott, Fixed Ops Director at Regal Nissan here in Roswell, Georgia.
Hello, I'm Christian Ugarte, Fixed Operations Director for BMW of El Paso Group 1 Automotive.
Hi, I'm Mike Weldon from the Hansel Auto Group out here in sunny California. I'm the Fixed Ops Director for the group.
Hey everyone, James Holloway, Swickard Automotive Group up in Seattle, Washington. I'm the After Sales Business Development person.
Hey everybody, my name's Shawn Butler. I am the Fixed Operations Director for Yamansky Auto Group in East Tennessee with Honda, Acura, and Mazda.
Hey guys, I'm Mike Gass, Parts Director for the Rick Case Automotive Group. Just down the road from Holden there. We're in Duluth, Georgia.
Awesome. Thank you guys for joining. This is probably the biggest panel I've moderated, so this is very exciting, and I handpicked each one of you, and I think you guys are going to add a lot of value to this topic. And so what we're going to be talking about today is how recessions have historically brought on innovation, and the auto industry has tended to shown resilience through the ups and downs, or the downs of everything. And so as we're heading into a recession, I wanted to talk through how can we withstand that, and how are we going to go through it. When the most recent recession that we went through in 2008, I wasn't quite in the working force. Well, I guess I was working, but I was not working in the auto industry. So my views are a little bit different than your guys's. So I'm excited for you to share your experiences with that. So starting with the pandemic and how everyone was, we didn't know what to do. There was this major slow, but since there's been massive growth and massive numbers, everyone's having record months. Why do you think that we're having these record months? And we'll start with Bill, and we'll kind of go down the line and see where it takes us.
Yeah, I think it's a mindset. It starts at the top, and if we can get our mindset wrapped around what's in front of us, we take care of our employees, number one, and we take care of the customers, number two, and we grow our retention. And if we have a good retention in our stores, it's going to feed upon the future business that we have coming in. So I think if we start at the top, get our mindset straight, that we've been through this before, many of us have, and we can get through it again.
Holden, why did you think that we're having record months right now?
Well, I mean, I guess I'm kind of like you, Kaylee. In 2008, I was sitting in Afghanistan, so I'm not. All these guys know a lot more about this stuff than I would. So this is kind of my first recession, first kind of problems, and it happened when I was 3 months into the job. So this is kind of the only thing I know in fixed ops right now. So I guess my biggest perspective I see is just being able to take it, a day, week, month at a time, and just making whatever you feel is important the primary thing. And for me right now is obviously it's not new cars. You see a lot of people going and buying used cars. So my biggest focus has been on getting those used car customers aware that, hey, Regal Nissan's here. You see people that are driving, I've had a long time customer that drove all the way to Missouri to buy a car. So that's going to throw off some retention numbers with the manufacturer and all those things. So I think you got to be able to shift gears on the fly and see what's happening on the variable side and how that can translate to the fixed and what opportunities there are, because it's a completely different opportunity than it was 3-4 years ago. So you just got to stay current with exactly what's going on. And I feel like sometimes we get stuck in those ruts of just doing the same thing, the same way, the same time. So you just always got to be reevaluating, communicating with both sides of the house and looking and seeing how today's problem can be an opportunity for future.
That makes sense. And, you brought up a good point about used cars because, what was happening was no inventory, obviously. So people were buying used cars. And so that's why we're seeing all these record months, because all the maintenance that goes into having a used car, there's a lot more to it than having a new car. Christian, how do you feel about all these record months that we're having?
Well, adding a little bit for both what Bill and Holden said, for us, at least here in El Paso and BMW, we've seen an increase of customers holding off more into their cars. So for us, volume has been increasing of customers coming in for repairs, and used cars the same, recon. And the pandemic, we had to adapt completely and change our minds. And at least for us, we had implemented the mobile service to go to the houses to service them over there instead of them coming over here. But I think the low inventory, used cars, recons, and customers keeping longer the cars, it's what we've seen an increase on our record months, month to month, going forward.
Yeah, that makes sense. And Mike, is that what you guys are experiencing too in California?
Well, I think the biggest thing that we actually came to grasp with is that really this setback or this adjustment, we've never really seen exactly this. We didn't have limits in inventory. We didn't have part shortages. We didn't have world stress in some areas. So this was a new thing that we needed to adapt to, using old techniques that we did in previous recessions. And I'm dating myself because I've been through one or two, but we just got smarter as we went along, and we sat back and we looked at what we were doing before, and we got with our staff, and we brought our staff in and says, okay, we're a team. Let's get this together. What are we going to do to serve the customer? To Christian's point, picking up and delivering, a lot of these things. And we had to make a fast adjustment. I mean, we've been in this, 3 years now. We're still not at 100%, and we're still adjusting. And our business is going to continue to adjust, but it's going to adjust in the right fashion if we pay attention to it.
Definitely. James, what about you?
I echo the same sentiments as everybody here in the room. When you have whatever it is, 2.5 to 3 million units, new cars lost to production issues, it's going to create a downward pressure on used car prices. And right now we're looking at record levels of inflation. Leading the charge is going to be gas, and right behind it is going to be the price of used cars. And it's going to definitely change the mix of work that comes across the service drive. Obviously less warranty because there's going to be less new cars sold. You're going to see more probably recon work. Older cars that are traded in or they're bought so we could resell. the biggest expense that usually we see with recon is tires. Things like that, tires, wear and tear, batteries, brake pads, things like that. But it's definitely, COVID has been the disruptor. I think a lot of the dealers I see are seeing they're pushing back work because of bandwidth issues. Staffing is a big one. And a lot of the dealers are actually taking a really hard look at process, because everything we do in the dealership is process driven. Those are just a couple of the things, what I call the vital factors. I can go on, but we want to get over to Shawn and Mike as well. I want to hear what they have to say.
Yeah.
Well, obviously everybody's, points, there's no wrong answer here because everybody's doing a good job with it. We've all been having record months after record months. We've doubled down on process, right? I'm actually being aggressive. I've hired people. We're fully into supporting the used car market. We're certifying more used cars than ever because of the lack of new cars, right? So that's people's gateway to ownership of a new car down the road. I'm sending people to training. We're not holding back anything. We're going full force, and we continue to grow month after month after month. And it's about investing in your people, right? This is that time when we have to really reach out and hold on to our people. I know there's people out there struggling for technicians, struggling for advisors. I've been blessed. I really haven't had that problem. Been able to hire at will, and the word's on the street that we take care of our people. And I think that the more people that follow that, right, we have to be a little more huggy in these time and days. I was brought up in a time, this is my third recession in the car business. And I was brought up in a time, here's your job, this is what I need you to do, go do it. That really doesn't work anymore. So it's about a change of mindset and constant evolving. As soon as we stop learning, we go backwards.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing I've heard throughout everything is we've refocused on the people and the employees and really put a lot of focus on them because, there's a shortage and, we need to focus on training them and making them feel like family. So, Mike, how do you feel about everything that's going on? Why do you think, we're having record months?
Well, thinking back to the last crash in 2008, I wasn't in any kind of leadership role in any capacity, but I was in fixed ops. I held every position in these departments, parts and service, just to try to make myself more marketable to potential employers in the event we did have to lay off. But I think during the initial slow period this time around, when COVID came on, pandemic was happening, a lot of that was fueled by uncertainty with what was happening in the world. The brands that I represent with Hyundai, Genesis, and Kia, we have had a lot of recalls to keep cars coming in, and we've gotten a little bit more flexible with going and picking up cars, taking cars back to customers, keeping them out of our environment here. But most of the recalls we've had coming in have been, aside from our famous engine issues, they've been pretty small concerns that don't keep the technicians tied up for too long. So we'll have, as long as we have our service team doing their walk-arounds, doing the multi-points, we can take advantage of that and keep our customer pay and maintenance work alive. And we went real aggressive in wholesale when other dealers around started closing up shop, whether it was temporary or permanent, and picked up a lot of the wholesale customer base out here in Georgia. We even went out into other states, servicing 7 southeastern states with parts, because we're here, guys, and we were letting the technician or the customers out there know that we're here. But as long as people are driving cars, there's rain falling from the sky, there's temperatures dropping below freezing, people are going to crash, people are going to break down, things are going to happen. And we, like some of these other guys have said, we got to be smart, stay educated, and up to date on our training, because this business, it changes every day, and we've got to be able to adapt with it, or we're going to get left behind.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. So that kind of leads into my next question of, do we see it slowing down with us heading into a recessive state? No one really knows what's going to happen, but everyone's saying that we're in or heading into a recession. Will it slow down? Or, like you said, there's always going to be recalls, as long as there's rain and people are driving, we're always going to need our vehicles maintenance. So we'll start with Bill. Do you see it slowing down, or do you see something in the future that someone else doesn't see?
Yeah, so I do think it's going to slow down a bit, but I think I don't think it's going to slow down to a point where it's really going to affect our processes and what we're doing. But I do think it's going to slow down enough that we need to protect our percentages of. Are we paying attention to the gross per employee? Are we paying attention to net profit per every repair order written? Are we paying attention to how many brake jobs we're closing in every store on an ASR? So we really got to dial into our metrics and our processes to make sure that when it does slow down, I think we've already started to see a little bit of a slowdown, but we've been booked out so long that I think all that's going to come together and be just fine. So I think we just pay attention to the bottom line and the percentages, make sure everything's staying in line. We're going to be fine. We've been through a couple of these, and I think that we can get through a couple more. It's a fixed business. That's what we do. We're strong armed. We got thick shoulders, and we have to carry our stores. That's what we do.
Yeah, I think so. And I think there's record with how many more people are holding on to their vehicles on the road too. So I think that's going to hold a lot moving forward. So Holden, what about you?
What is it? It's like 276 million vehicles on the road. Somebody has to get them taken care of. So I think we're here for that. It's a lot of cars. So I know there's a lot of changes in the long horizon, but there's a lot of cars on the road.
There's a lot of cars, yes. And there's a lot of older cars. So Holden, what about you guys?
I mean, I honestly don't. I think there's a couple variable things that are going to depend on whether it slows down or not. Because one of my concerns is, you know, you hear manufacturers saying we're never going to go back to the way things used to be as far as cars. You're never going to have that many cars on the ground. We're going to stop with all the rebates that we used to see. If that holds true, then maybe. I think a lot of it's going to just depend on what goes on the new car side of the house, because right now you have people overpaying for a used car that they're going to have to hold on to, or you got people holding on to their current car. That's going to keep them coming back in for a lot of the repairs. Maintenance, I think, has slowed down a little bit, but I think repairs are going to keep picking up unless manufacturers, it's going to be whoever does it first, starts with the incentives and the rebates and all that, because my concern is you got people overpaying for a used car right now that they're going to have to hold on to longer. The only way to get out of that is going to be a heavily rebated new car. That's just the way it is. So I think if manufacturers do not take that cyanide pill of, hey, let's throw a bunch of rebates to get our new car numbers up, then I think you'll see repair continue to rise as people are either forced to keep their car because there's just not a way for them to get out of, because they are unfortunately paying too much for a used car. But that's just the way the market is right now. So yeah, I actually would kind of disagree and say I think it's going to continue to be better. And you might see RO numbers slip, but you're going to see dollars per RO continue to rise as people have to repair their cars to keep them on the road because they don't have another option.
Yeah, that makes sense. What about you, Christian? Do you see it slowing down?
I think it's going to slow down a little bit. You know, to the point that when we have more new cars coming in, like Holden was saying, they're paying for overpricing cars, so on the used car lot. So yes, I think it's going to slow down, but the maintenance and the fix ops is going to continue to go. You know, we still have to repair cars, we still have to fix them, and you know that's what we're here for. And we have to think outside the box to see what's going to happen in the future and be ready for it, and just keep moving on and see what happens. Take it every day at a time.
Yeah. What about you, Mike? With 3 recessions under your belt, what do you feel?
I think there's going to be an adjustment. I will tell you that I don't see us slowing down. That I see us getting more in tune. We're really looking hard at this on the hours and potential hours and the hours that walking out the door that we're not capitalizing on. During this period of time, these last 2 to 3 years, we really didn't even look at this stuff. And we were order takers because consumers had this desire to keep their vehicles running because they're not flying. They're not going, you know, they're doing all their own travel arrangements and staying away from large settings. we just have to retune ourselves, because the business is there, and I think it will continue to be there if we take care of, one, our employees, but then again, take care of the expectations by the consumer. It's in 2008, when we had the last one, we stayed very busy on the fixed side of the business, but we set ourselves up right, and we made sure that our customers knew we were there for them, and that our employees knew we were there for them. And we weren't talking about layoffs. We weren't talking about anything other than let's pay attention to the details. And if you pay attention to the details, I think we can pull through this, and I don't think we're going to see that big of an adjustment. We will on the new side, because there's not new vehicles being produced, so that's going to impact whatever potential warranty concerns that you may have out there. But for you guys that have the Hyundai and the Kias, you know, that's going to adjust. But you guys got a 100,000, so you'll be in business for a while.
What about you, James?
Well, one of the things I think about is how the traditional repair market will be diluted over time by electric cars. And if you look at what needs, you know, really on an electric car, there's no wear and tear parts other than brake pads and tires, right? There's no flushes, there's no oil changes, things like that. So, you know, if you look ahead 10, 20 years, you know, it's going to be a lot different. But for right now, you know, 12 million vehicles on the road. The older they get, the more parts fail. I'm going to go out on a ledge here and say, because selling wholesale parts is not everyone's favorite cup of tea. But, you know, if I cannot sell the labor and the part together in one nice package, and the cars across the street or across town or across the nation, I want to sell the part, right? Because parts is a huge, it can be a huge untapped revenue stream into the dealership. And if I put a dollar bill or a $20 bill or a $100 bill on the table to the dealer principal, and I asked him, can you tell me where that money came from? The answer is doesn't matter. Money's money, whether it came from service, sales, parts, F&I. So look at your portfolio. I will say, because of this business is so fluid and it changes so rapidly, and there's a lot of factors involved. Again, right now we talked about the recession, we've talked about inflation, the war over in Ukraine. All of these things are going to change, but you know, we can't keep doing the same thing that we've always been doing and expect different results. So
that makes complete sense, James. And why did you have to bring up EV? I wasn't there yet. All right, Shawn, what about you?
You know, I agree, obviously, with what people are saying. You know, one thing that we have to keep in mind with the reduction in, you know, in production and sales of new cars the last 3 years, we haven't created our own internal customers that we're used to creating, right? So that in and of itself promotes a slowdown in our service drive traffic. And so therefore we've had to get more strategic with our marketing. We've had to go over the top with communication. We've evolved with the electronics, with the video multi-points and all of those things. Now, you know, like Mr. Weldon said, in 08, I was in the service drive. I was a service writer, and man, our business went through the roof. We might've had a little bit fewer tickets, but people were like, whatever, you know, fix it. I'm not going out and buying a car right now. I'm afraid to spend that money. You know, they would drop $2-3 grand in a heartbeat. And you'd be like, you learn not to judge anybody, right? The guy that walks up in the overalls, he was like, that's the guy that's going to spend the cash, right? You know, because he's not buying another car. You know, fixed right the first time, really paying attention to your quality, getting people in and out on promise times, being aware of what's going on in your shop. All of that's going to make such a huge difference in our ongoing reality that, you know, the people, I'm building my inventory. I'm stocking parts. I'm telling my parts manager to order whatever, both sides of the fence. If you see extra parts out there, grab them. If you see extra techs, a good tech walks in the door, I'm hiring a guy, even if I got to guarantee him, because my inventory is going to be full when other people are pulling back. And I'm willing to take that business. 5 days over there? Nope, come right in. I'll get you in today.
That's a great strategy to have, because I don't think a lot of dealerships are doing that. So you're going to be ahead when when something changes or shifts. What about you, Mike?
Well, in regards to it slowing down, I honestly don't see it doing that. Our business in parts it's a living, breathing organism. It's going to eat whether you feed it or not. It can be a beast, or it can't. Keys for us is to adapt and adapt with it, be smart with it. These recessions, they come and go. Some of you guys have been through more than I have, but yeah, you got to be prepared to make the necessary adjustments when the time comes, when you have to. When things slowed down over the last couple of years, we went full speed wholesale. Now, granted, we were busy and it was not the greatest thing in the world, to touch on a couple of you guys' points, but you got to be smart with that too. You got to control your expenses. It's a really, really dangerous thing to get into. It's very expensive and there's not much profit. But yeah, with most of our wholesale business being driven by collision repairs, and most collision repairs are insurance funded, even though it's not recession proof, it certainly makes up the difference for what customer pay you're not making when the average consumer doesn't have the money to maintain their vehicles. We just have to make the adjustments and stay ahead of the curve the best we can.
Yeah. So what you're saying is like the wholesale kind of fills in that gap when things slow down a little bit. So like overall, if you're looking at the numbers, it doesn't look that like impressive, but
you can produce some great profits, but you're not going to see great numbers on paper. But with the slowdown, it has given us a chance to really fine tune what we do, make those necessary adjustments, and make it look better on paper. You just got to have smart business, and even with these challenges, it's still necessary to do that.
Yeah, that makes sense. So I wanted to ask each one of you guys, both professionally, personally, what's the biggest thing, because everyone's kind of been through a recession, what's the number one thing that you've learned going through a recession that you would tell or share? We'll start with Bill.
Yeah, I started out the first question as a mindset, and I truly believe that you have to breathe, number one. It's not the end of the world, and really, I think if you grab your team, I think Mike mentioned earlier, get your team together and just let them know that we've survived. Many of these will survive more. Yeah, this one's different. We have inventory restraints. We have employee issues. The workforce has changed on us. But at the end of the day, we control our own environment. We control what's going to happen in our circle. Where the variable side, they can't control. They don't have vehicles to sell. We can control everything that happens every day in our drive. We control what's going to happen on the repair order. We control if we're going to send a media or a picture, or what's our closing ratio. We control every hour. And if we can just focus our mindset on what we can control and get rid of the distractions in life that's out there. I think Dave Anderson says a winning mindset, nothing changes for you until things change about you. And that has to happen about us. We have to be the leaders, keep a strong game face on, and just push through it. It's not going to change. I don't think it's that big of a disruption, especially for the fixed side. But there is going to be a small one, and we just have to be prepared for it, and we can work right through it.
Yeah. So the biggest thing for you is mindset. What about you, Holden?
It's hard to argue with mindset. But I'll give a different point. Mine is just communication. The biggest thing I see, and I've been trying to work on with me and my team, is just constant communication, letting them know exactly where we are, what we're doing, praising those good things, giving advice on how we can improve other things. And it's just, almost every week I'm meeting, with everybody and letting them know exactly what we as an organization are doing to drive traffic. And you just do it with the techs. Like how many people are meeting with their techs and going over your marketing strategy with your technicians, showing them, hey guys, this is what we're investing to make sure we're getting y'all. And then the same thing with the advisors. Hey, here's what I'm doing to hire techs. Like just showering them with as much information as possible. That way they know and they feel part of the organization. Because one thing I've learned in the past few years is, your company should be like a family. And one thing that a family does, it gets through the hard times together. And that's the best thing I think we can do as dealers and everyone else is just be open and show people what you're doing. They'll appreciate it, I promise. and they'll know if you're lying too. So don't try to lie and pull one over on them, because people can tell that. So yeah, it'd be communication for me.
Yeah, definitely communicate, to share those so that everyone feels like they're part of the team to grow the business. I think that's a great thing. What about you, Christian?
Well, I'm gonna take one of each, but that's what it is. It's your mindset, have your people, your team involved all the time on your strategies, because you can't do it by yourself. You have to do it with your team. So if your team is involved and they believe in it, you can go anywhere. We try to stay together, get together. We do get-togethers outside of work, just to hang out and enjoy the time together. And they'll come up with some brainstorming ideas, so I can put in place for marketing or hiring technicians. Sometimes an ad doesn't work, but word of mouth travels a long way, and I can get all that from my team. Most of the technicians that I hired recently, probably the last 5, they came from referrals from my team, not by an ad. And keeping them informed on everything that happens with the manufacturer, everything that we get, share with them. They'll have more communication. They know more, and they know how to communicate that with the customers. Because at the same time, we have to keep CSI. And the more informed we keep our customers, the better for us and better for them. So that's really what it is for me.
Yeah, okay. So we got mindset, communication, team. What about you, Mike? You can add something or disagree with all of them.
Hey, it's all good stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm going to tell everybody, we don't know what's happening yet.
Yeah.
No one has a crystal ball. My biggest input would be don't panic. You panic, your staff is going to panic. Pour into your people. Get them prepared so that whatever happens, and we manage it. And then when you do that, you're going to interact with the consumer in the right fashion, and they're going to appreciate you, and then you're going to retain that customer. So at the end of the day, why it's tough, run with it, roll with it. I've done it before. Nothing's ever easy, but it's a lot of fun when you get through it.
Mm-hmm.
You guys might think I'm nuts, but it is a lot of fun when you trek through it.
No, I could see that. Rewarding. James, what about you?
Well, as leaders, we have to eat, breathe, sleep positivity, because everyone looks to us to set the tone, right? And one of the things I'm doing right now, myself personally, is I'm downloading a lot of leadership books off of Audible, and I spend a lot of time on the road and I listen to them, and I'm taking away all kinds of great information. So right now, one of the books I'm listening to is called It's Your Ship. And it's how this Navy commander took command of a battleship, which was the lowest performing by every single metric that can be measured, and turned it around into the highest performing ship in the entire Pacific Fleet. What a story. And I think when you tell stories like that to your team, or you set the tone, and the biggest thing is, and I'm going to go back to everybody else, they all said you have to believe. It's all up here, okay? Once you believe, and you start to communicate over and over again to your team and say, hey, this isn't our ship, this is your ship, this is what we make of it. Do we want to be mediocre? Do we want to do the same thing? And you'll be amazed at how much the employees need that leadership and that mentorship, because a lot of times they can't be expected to take that on themselves. Okay, so I'm gonna say it again: believe and be the leader that they need to have.
Oh, that's great. I think it's great to share good books with your team, because it really helps everyone grow and bring everyone together. And then you can just talk about what you're reading. So thanks for sharing that, James. What about you, Shawn?
James was right on point there, everybody, of course. But one of the things that I truly believe is that we have to over communicate in these times. We're transparent. You have to share the vision the goals of where we're heading, and each person's importance in that role, right? And their role in achieving us. And you have to involve the whole team. You're constantly encouraging them. You got to light that path for their success. You know, the captain, to Mr. Holloway's point, right? When the waters are troubled, the ship starts rocking, the captain maintains his calm, like Mr. Weldon said, and he strolls right across the bridge and grabs hold of the rudder and says, it's going to be all right, team. But you know what? We're all in this together, and we're all going to get through it together. And, you know, we're in a growth mode. I mean, you know, Kaylee, you know a little bit about this store. The previous ownership had neglected it for a couple of years. So we're actually in a growth mode, even though there might be a little bit of a recession gloom. We're still going to be doing way better than it was a year ago, no matter what. So that's a positive impact that everybody in our store is feeling. Our sales is killing it. I mean, we're pounding the street trying to keep up with them to keep cars on their lot. So we're really in a fortunate situation. And there's always something that we can take out of every situation and make it a positive, right? It's just a support network, and you have to be there for your people, a little bit of a counselor, you're a little bit of a coach, you're a little bit of a trainer, and every now and then you got to be the boss too, even though that's a bad word, you know. I mean, people look for leadership. It's been said multiple times.
Oh yeah, they do. And we'll finish up with Mike. So I need to re-ask the question. There's so many people.
Oh, good. You guys have all made some really great points, and I think every one of them are hitting the nail right on the head. You know, nature of our business, long hours, a lot of days, a lot of years. We spend more time with each other in these departments than we do with our own families a lot of the time. So it's important for us to all be on the same page, working towards the same goal. And being the captain on these ships, you've got to have that calm, cool, collective mindset, or your team's going to lose their mind as well. And that's just a recipe for disaster. Keeping the communication open, transparency clear with your customer base, and keeping them in the loop with everything. And just be adapting and changing, adjusting anything you can to fine tune your methods and your practices, and you're going to be fine.
Yeah, definitely. I think overall the biggest thing is mindset and keeping your cool and leading. That was great.
Wow. Kaylee, what a rock star panel this is. And, you know, you wouldn't know that there is or might be a recession brewing by talking to these leaders, because everybody has got a great mindset and a great outlook. And you're all amazing leaders. So, Kaylee, thank you for putting this panel together. We're going to have to come back and do this again, Kaylee, because you've assembled the best of the best here.
Yeah, I feel like it. Everyone had such great input, and the conversations keep getting better. So thank you guys for joining.
Great stuff, everybody. I want to thank Bill Demaree from the Tom Wood Automotive Group. Bill, thank you so much. Great input today. Look forward to seeing you. Yeah, fantastic. Mike Weldon, as also always amazing, Michael. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Yeah, great advice, James Holloway, and you know, great perspective from you as well. And Holden, Scott, you know, you would think that a lot of these folks have been coming to your sales meetings at Regal Nissan, because you know, I like the material, real strong, Holden. So great mindset. Christian, thank you so much. Great to see you back again on the roundtable. We're going to have you back a lot, because you've got some great stuff going on there at BMW and Group 1. Shawn Butler, probably the newest, biggest rock star in fixed operations that there is. Shawn, thank you so much. Long time coming, and keep it coming, my friend. I love your mindset and
thank you, Ted. You know, I appreciate your support over the years. We've traded text messages and phone calls throughout the time. So, and I've done stuff with Kaylee and these other gentlemen. Yep. I'm really appreciative. Thank you.
Oh, no, my pleasure. And Mike Gass, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Thank you so much for bringing the Rick Case Group and great information today, Mike.
Oh, it's been a pleasure to be here. I appreciate you guys having me.
Everybody, want to thank you all so much, especially Kaylee Felio for PartsEdge. Kaylee, for all that you and PartsEdge does for the automotive community. The hashtag #GoToPartsGirl has really turned parts on its head this year. And Kaylee, we're looking forward to great things from you in the future as well.
Thank you. Me too.
Everybody, thanks so much to the Recession-Proofing Fixed Ops panel here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Obsessed with creating the perfect inventory? Us too. PartsEdge gives you the tools you need to outpace the competition and provide the highest level of service to your customers. PartsEdge is a powerful tool for parts managers to get the job done faster. Imagine what it was like when the impact wrench arrived. It made mechanics 3 times faster. Getting the job done without the latest technology makes it difficult to keep up. Besides all the other responsibilities you have, you work hard to have all the right parts you need when you need them. PartsEdge was designed by parts people for parts people to make that job a lot easier. PartsEdge saves you 4 to 6 hours every week and can increase your sales by 10 to 20% in just 12 months. Not bad for your bottom line. Take your obsession to perfection with PartsEdge. Call us today to find out what PartsEdge can do for you.
Our goal through the Roaring Twenties is to make a large impact to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society to help put an end to blood cancers. Take a moment, if you haven't already, to scan our Fixed Ops Cares QR code and share it with your peers. We appreciate everyone's support of such an incredible cause.
Kids, they're just different than us. They have no inhibitions, consider silverware optional, and are way more flexible. And when kids get really sick, they're different than us too. That's why over 3 years ago, we dared to dream bigger when it comes to treating young people. Rethinking existing approaches that were causing devastating short-term complications and lifelong side effects. We created a children's initiative with the goal of transforming treatment and care through advocacy, education, and the largest global clinical trial for kids with blood cancer. It's a giant leap for little patients. For the first time, a specific treatment can be matched to a specific type of cancer in a specific child. We want to inspire more and more people to aim higher and think differently about children's blood cancer. So starting now, the Children's Initiative will be known as the Dare to Dream Project, expanding our efforts beyond families directly impacted by blood cancer to tell a much bigger story to a much broader audience. A simple message that kids are different, and finally, their cancer treatment will be too. It's a global effort that invites others to dare to dream with us as we work to raise $175 million. What started as an idea is becoming a movement, proven that amazing things happen if we just dare to dream. The Dare to Dream Project from the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, transforming treatment and care for kids with blood cancer.
Straight from the fortune teller booth is our next speaker. Peering into his crystal ball is Steve Greenfield from Automotive Ventures, here to give us a glimpse into the future of everything retail automotive.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable Roaring Twenties event. And it is so great to see Steve Greenfield from Automotive Ventures here with us at the Roaring Twenties. Steve, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Ted, thanks for having me. Super excited to be here.
And Steve, you really fit the part. You really look like you belong in the 1920s.
Well, I tried to dress up for the occasion. I mean, look at you.
Exactly. And you know what, though? It's so amazing, the technology and how rapidly things are happening right now in our industry. And there's nobody better than you. You're right on top of all that stuff.
Well, it's great that this is, the themes of the 20s, because, I had a new book out earlier this summer. It's been out for about 2 months now. And, the central thesis to that book is, we're going to see more change in the next 5 or 10 years than we've seen in the last 100. So here we are, 100th anniversary of this attire. And, putting that into perspective, that just this pace of change is really amazing for all of us kind of to be riding this wave right now.
Yeah, I agree. And congratulations on the book as well. A lot of accolades going on right now. So I'm excited what you got to share with our audience today. So
that's great. So if we can flip over to the slides here. As I said, the book's out. So if any of the audience today wants a copy, just reach out to me. It's simply steve@automotiveventures.com. Happy to send you a copy. You can also find it on Amazon. We've got, the physical copy if you like the old school read. If you like a digital copy, and we've also got an audio book out. So any of the three. And again, just ping me or go on to Amazon, whichever you'd like. And love to not only have you read it, but also give your feedback. So let me know whether there's things you like about the book, if there's things that are controversial and you don't like. But as you said, Ted, I'm very pleasantly surprised with the reception and the fact that I think it's forcing the right conversations at the right levels in the industry.
Your timing for this book, Steve, could not be any better.
Well, thanks. So I think so too. And, there's a lot of, like I said earlier, there's a lot of change coming, and, just trying to provide a framework for that to folks.
Love it.
So Ted, let me move a little bit ahead. Maybe I'll put into context a little bit of the book for those that haven't had a chance to see it, and maybe even better for those that have had a chance to read through some of the chapters. But anywhere we look, and Ted, I've had this conversation now numerous times, but anywhere you look across the industry, there's a bunch of change coming, right? Not the least of which is to the franchise dealer network. There's a lot of talk about OEMs going to more of an agency model, and really just redefining the relationship between the manufacturer and the dealer, where the manufacturer will take much more control over inventory, advertising, and the consumer experience. And in the extreme example that we're seeing over in Europe and down in Australia, dealers are largely redefined into just being an agent, where they are a point of distribution for the consumer to come in and pick up the car they've already ordered, and still service the vehicles. But servicing on the other side, there's a lot of angst right now, because as we move very aggressively to electrification, those cars are going to be much more reliable, fewer moving parts. So both from a service interval standpoint and a parts standpoint, these vehicles are going to be much more reliable and just be in the shop less frequently, right? So across all of these elements, it's a lot for the average industry participant to digest. And so what we've done as a complement to the book is tried to provide a framework for that. So love to chat a little bit about that today, and then we can poke and prod around on it. But as any typical risk assessment, you try to evaluate the probability of anything happening, and then if it does happen, what the magnitude of the effect is, right? So you can then, for any individual theme that we just looked at, you can plot them on here and say, okay, well, the things that are very probable and also have a high impact would be up in the red. If things are either improbable and or have low impact, if they hit, it's like we can put them in green and ignore them for now. So we don't get overwhelmed with all of these different issues. We can actually just focus on the ones that have a higher probability and a higher impact. So what I've done, and had great dialogue since we released this about 2 months ago now, is provide what we're calling the Automotive Ventures Retail Risk Assessment. So breaking down the 16 different trends with a definition of each, and providing from my vantage point, people can differ, and we're happy to have that dialogue, but the probability and the magnitude of these things happening, which then allows us to map all of these 16 different elements onto one grid and spend time looking and saying, okay, so if I'm an industry participant, which of these things am I okay to kind of ignore, monitor, but ignore for now? But which ones should I spend the most time on? So, with your permission, Ted, I wouldn't mind digging into a couple of these today, and then we can have some conversation about them.
I am keenly interested. I had a dealer reach out to me last evening, a small dealer who's got life savings tied up in their dealership and said, you know what? I've got everything on the line with my store. We're doing very well, but we're having a tough time getting inventory. There's all this talk about the agency model. There's a talk, electrification is coming. He goes, I need to really understand where we're headed. So you're right on the money, Steve.
Yeah, and to that, I mean, I get that conversation all the time. I have the luxury of being able to talk, as you do, to a bunch of owners every week. And the question I often get is, how big do I need to be? Given all of these changes that are going on in the industry, how big do I need to be to feel comfortable at night that I have a defensible business? And I think that for the single rooftop dealer who's beholden to one manufacturer, it's really tough, right? Because if that manufacturer is very generous and understanding of the value of franchise dealers, they're good. But if you happen to be aligned with a manufacturer that, say, does want to move aggressively and start to change like how much profit you can make on the front end, whether they're going to give you any credits for carrying inventory, whether they're going to help continue to subsidize your advertising, that's a big challenge, right? And some of these brands that we've heard from that are going to go all electric, and some of those dealers that have invested in like the infrastructure to support internal combustion engines might effectively be left behind in this transition. So I think it is creating a lot of angst for dealers, whether it's single rooftop dealers or a group that's got 15 or 25 stores. They're still craving the same thing. It's like, what can I do in this environment of rapid change to understand these elements and then prepare for the change that's inevitably coming?
Wow. And love the visual. It's very, very clear, what we need to be focused on. So.
Yeah. So, I mean, picking off a couple of those, you and I have talked a bit before about over-the-air updates. I think, the example I love to use is 5 years ago when Tesla came out with the Model 3, Consumer Reports panned the vehicle because they found that its braking was worse than an F-150. And then, in typical Elon Musk fashion, he got on Twitter and he was irate about this rating from Consumer Reports. 3 days later, he circles back to Consumer Reports and asks them to reevaluate the driving dynamics of this vehicle. They, of course, say, no, we never reevaluate vehicles. Our methodology is very scientific. But he finally convinces them to test the car again. And suddenly, it breaks very competitively with its asset class, and something like 15 feet shorter to brake over a 60 mile per hour to zero braking span. So, this really opened the eyes of the world that with one software update, nobody physically touched that vehicle. But with a software update to the car, you could change the driving dynamics and characteristics of a vehicle. Well, fast forward 5 years, and it's very common now that, manufacturers, not only Tesla, are talking about all the efficiencies that will be gained by not having to bring cars in for recalls, for warranty work, what have you. Anything that they will be able to push a software update and change the characteristics, they'll be very proactively doing. And depending on the consulting firm, something like a third of the warranty work could go away. Most of the recall work could go away, except where they need to actually change hardware in the vehicle. And this is going to be definitely an impact to dealers, and they need to prepare for this. I mean, there's not much that they're going to be able to do. I mean, it's going to be greatly much more convenient for a consumer that whether it's warranty work or a recall, they're going to effectively be alerted the next morning when they go out to their car. Hey, overnight, we updated the software system. And by the way, we corrected these 3 glitches, and have fun driving today. But it will mean that these consumers will be coming in less frequently to dealers.
And, from a consumer point of view, Steve, what a great time to be a consumer, to have this. I mean, we've never even had the thought of this. And now for the consumer, this is a great revelation.
Yeah, no, I agree. And, the next one immediately down in that red area you can see on the screen is servicing of vehicles. And as we said earlier, I mean, these EVs, although it's a very, very small percentage of vehicles in operation, and even, when EVs get to being a substantial percentage of new car sales every year, we're still going to have the vast majority of cars in operation are going to be, internal combustion engine vehicles, ICE vehicles. But having said that, there's going to be a lot of changes coming to dealer service space. These cars are going to have fewer or longer service intervals. They won't be in to the shop nearly as much. Fewer part sales to these vehicles and the vehicle owners and the folks that are working on them. But the flip side is you're going to need very specialized technician skill. You're going to need very specialized tools. So I think the countervailing force will be when we are working on these cars, the billable rate will be higher. And I also think that we're going to see a pretty massive reduction in the defection rate at the end of the warranty period, because I think the independent shops just aren't going to have the technician sophistication nor the tools to work on these cars. And so I think from a frequency standpoint, probably see the cars less frequently, but the average repair bill might be higher. And also the loyalty back to franchise dealers could be much higher, which is, a great off-putting sort of like countervailing effect.
Les Silver was on the show back in May, just after you spoke, and he did a whole segment on parts and service preparing for EVs. And he did a study and looked at that average repair order dollar amount, looked at what was being paid on the Tesla side. He saw that the average repair order will be significantly higher now on EVs. And he told our audience about that.
Yeah, I totally agree with Les. Great guy. Definitely has tremendous amount of subject matter expertise in the industry. And I think he's right on 100%.
Yeah, love it.
So the last one I'll touch on here is just like, as you said earlier, like what they're calling the agency model. And, dealers need to be finely attuned to what their OEM or OEMs are doing overseas. Most notably, Stellantis, the Fiat, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram brands, effectively terminated all 15,000 of their franchise dealers in Europe back in June, and told them basically that, hey, you're still going to be able to represent us and represent the brand, but we're kind of tearing up the franchise agreements and we're replacing it with an agency agreement. And the differences at a high level are effectively, you'll no longer take any inventory risk. You won't be stocking cars. We will be handling advertising. So your cost to advertise will be lower, but now we'll advertise and try to get consumers to come to our website to pre-order vehicles. You'll still be a point of delivery, but you'll have very little or limited consumer interaction around a car sale. But we still want you to thrive and service these vehicles after they are sold, et cetera. So you'll still have a lifetime value of the customer. But as you can imagine, it's causing a lot of anxiety. Mercedes-Benz has moved over to this same model in Australia. And now we've got a big lawsuit where the majority of Australian dealers are suing Mercedes-Benz. But as I always tell dealers here in America when I meet with them, these are the same OEMs in the same boardrooms who are looking at a global map and deciding what are they going to do country by country. And so while we do have state franchise laws that are very defensible and protect the dealers here, from a franchisee standpoint, I do think that you're going to see elements of manufacturers pushing as aggressively as they can to one where they own the consumer experience. They get consumers to pre-order vehicles. We've seen evidence of this, with the Hummer, the electric Hummer pickup truck, with the F-150 Lightning, with the Mach-E. Very much more like a Tesla experience where you get online, you configure the car you want, and they'll still use dealers to deliver the vehicles. But, in terms of all of the other profit centers associated with that car sale, the trade, financing of the vehicle, F&I products, I think that's all to be determined, if all of that will get pre-negotiated effectively with the OEM before that consumer ever walks into the dealership. And if so, how, if anything, will that revenue be shared back to the dealer?
Wow. What a discussion. And you're right. The dealer franchise laws here in the United States are strong, and we're going to see how much the OEMs want to push the envelope and how much the dealers are going to push back on that. So I guess we're all going to stay tuned.
Yeah. The last thing I'll mention, Ted, if we got a minute, is like subscriptions are the great hope to me, right? So offsetting all of these things is like, if we can condition a consumer who now pays for their Disney Plus and their Netflix subscriptions, et cetera, to think of their car more as a device onto which they can add applications, apps, and subscriptions, as many of the OEMs are saying. I mean, you saw recently that BMW overseas, for example, is building heated seat functionality into the car, and then allowing the consumer to either pay up front for that functionality or pay per month as needed. And I think, this opens an entirely new world. Porsche's talked about, hey, for some of their models, you'll be able to unlock another 50 horsepower. I know that, for example, Audi has talked about unlocking battery range. When you run out at the side of the road, you'll be able to pay $100 and get another 50 miles on your battery. All of these things are new revenue streams, high profit margin. What we don't know is how that revenue will be shared between the OEM and the dealer. For those OEMs that bring the dealer into the equation, this could be a brand new high margin revenue stream for dealers that make them much more profitable in the past. But I think we'll see how it plays out. There'll be some OEMs that aren't willing to share too much back with the dealers. There'll be some OEMs that are very generous. But I think in terms of brand new high margin revenue streams, the subscription model and all these features gets me probably most excited.
And Steve, one of the panels we have here at this event at the Roaring Twenties is a panel on EV readiness, which includes the conversation about a subscription model for maintaining that EV vehicle. And it is not the OEMs who are the ones behind that. It's on the dealer's side. So a lot of good discussion about that.
That's great to hear. And I love it because I think too often dealers feel they're at the whim here of OEM decisions. And I think there's a tremendous amount that dealers can be doing from their level.
Love it. Great information, Steve. Thank you.
So I think that's pretty much all I have, Ted, unless you got additional questions. Just wanted to provide my contact information. Like I said, happy to send anyone a book. Just reach out to me. You can find me online. And I'm just really honored to be here, Ted, and really appreciate everything that you do for the industry.
Steve, equally honored to have you with our audience. And everybody, we highly recommend the book, The Future of Automotive Retail. The author is here with us today. Steve Greenfield from Automotive Ventures has just given us a glimpse into some of the things that are coming rapidly in our industry. And it's pretty obvious to see what the low-hanging fruit is. And Steve, on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, I want to thank you so much for your time today. And if our audience wants to reach out to you, of course, they can get the book, as you mentioned, on Amazon as well. But I see your website as well, automotiveventures.com. And you're also on social media, a very big player on LinkedIn.
Yeah, and Steve at automotiveventures.com if you'd like to email me as well.
Great. Steve Greenfield, on behalf of the Fixed Ops community, thank you so much today.
Thank you, Ted. Thanks for having me today. Great.
This is Jeff. Jeff's just a regular guy who received a holiday gift card from his local BMW center.
My name is Jeffrey Lee. I own a small business. Got a gift card in the mail with an incentive to come in and buy a new BMW.
So Jeff, what did you do with your holiday gift card?
So I ended up coming in, looking at an X3 is what I ended up buying.
So what do you say, Jeff? What do you think of your holiday gift card?
The gift card is as classy as the Beamer, so it did draw me in. I get a lot of junk mail. 95% of it goes to the wastebasket, like most of us probably. This one, you pick it up, you look at it, you open it up, and it's impressive.
Holiday gift cards, perfect for all your Jeffs, Janes. You get the picture.
Put up your dukes and show us what you got. Getting into the nitty-gritty is our next speaker, Car Wars.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. It is a great honor to present the Fixed Ops Roundtable community with a new player that we've had here for the first time. It's Jake Wolker, the Senior Director of Sales at Car Wars. Jake, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks for having me on, Ted. I'm excited.
I am too. And, you and I were talking in the green room before we got started. Jake, I have never seen such a focus on the importance of the telephone, especially as it relates to service, as I see right now. Are you kind of seeing and hearing the same stuff?
Absolutely. I mean, service has really focused on phones recently, especially with the market conditions right now. Customers need their vehicles fixed, and they have, unfortunately, a ton of options to go somewhere. So phones have become a very important piece, especially in regards to customer experience and CSI scores.
And, part of what Car Wars does that I like is you help optimize that phone performance, okay? And you give dealerships metrics. And as you know, a lot of dealerships, don't use metrics or don't necessarily use the right ones, but you help them improve those call outcomes. And, kind of take us through some of the elements in high-performing service departments and how they utilize phones in fixed ops.
Yeah, I mean, customer experience right now is really critical in not only creating happy customers, but also keeping them to coming back, right? And placing focus on service department's phone experience is the first place to start. And the first thing a customer does when they decide to call a service department is pick up the phone. There's no other option. So the most effective way to capture more ROs is by getting people to have a good phone experience. And as the emphasis on service only grows in the market, dealers are looking for ways to improve that process, be more efficient with the current surging market to stay ahead of the competition and keep service sustained in the future. So the phone is really the first step, and I'll dive in today into a few areas on how we can do that.
I'm looking forward to it. And I think that you're really smart at tying in CSI scores to what you do there at Car Wars, because dealerships need help with that. It's kind of obvious in how the phone relates to that, but take us through that a little bit further from your side and how you see it.
Yeah, I mean, the phones aren't just an indicator of a declining CSI score. They're often the first and most important indication that the customers aren't satisfied. And so most often the phone is the customer's first interaction with the dealership, and it can make or break their experience, and they have tons of options to go somewhere else. If a customer has a poor phone experience for any reason, it may be the only thing they remember from otherwise excellent service, or really they didn't even have a chance to experience your excellent service because they didn't show up. So modern customers expect prompt replies, consistent updates, and personalized attention through their communication method of choice. The phone is a dealer's secret weapon to provide an experience customers will rave to their friends about. But in the wrong hands, the phone can become a direct path to failure as well. So it's kind of a double-edged sword.
Historically, if you talk to most dealers, they understand the importance of phone. I knew when I was on the sales floor, I understood that phone was key to getting an appointment, and that customer probably closed at a higher ratio. And I think there's a lot of similarities on service because customers want to reach somebody, they've got a need. And, I know there's some obvious clues you're going to talk to us about today.
Yeah, I'll walk you through here the top 5 clues we like to point out to dealers to get an indication where they stand on the phones and really how their CSI score is going to reflect that. And the first one you're going to see is poor or declining call connection performance. But the first thing I always like to explain to anyone before they dive in and look at their performance on the phone is comparing answered versus connect rates. So, whatever phone system you have, I guarantee you can pull a report right now and see what your answered rate is. That answered rate is probably sitting somewhere in the high 90s, maybe even 99%, right? So you don't see a problem. The issue is your connection rate and not the answered rate. And connect in our book means reaching someone that can help you answer the customer's question. So if I call in and the receptionist answers or the cashier answers, great, that's an answered call, but it's not connected until you reach someone that can actually help the customer answer their question. So we really want to focus on connect rates because that's what drives a happy customer experience. So I always like laying out that difference. So when you're looking at a poor connection rate, the industry average is actually around 63%. So you're below that, you have a problem. Above that, you're doing okay compared to the industry, right? Obviously, we want 100%, but that's really, really hard to do. And there's a couple reasons why that's hard. So the first one is people don't always call in for the reason that they want. So they may end up in the service bay, but they actually wanted sales or parts, or just had a general dealership question. So that's why I recommend having a bridge, which is, what you always hear, press 1 for service, press 2 for sales. And I do always recommend having service as the first option there, because that's going to help filter out calls that may end up in the wrong location. The second thing is, I know a lot of dealers really like the idea of having a person answer the phone, a personal touch when calling in. That's great, but we really want to make sure we're doing proper transfer protocols. So we want to do a warm transfer where when the receptionist is calling in for service, we want to make sure they're checking that the service advisor is available. If they're not, which can happen, we want to try our best to get them to someone that can answer that customer's question to make it a connected call, right? If not, you end up having people sit on hold for a long time, reach a voicemail that never gets checked, or just they sit on hold even longer. So definitely we want to focus on improving the connect score as the first step.
And Jake, I got to tell you, as far as that transfer, the warm transfer from a customer's point of view, they know the difference because, I would imagine one of the last things they want to do is call a dealership. I remember recently when I called the cable company, they did not do a warm transfer in between, and I had to start all over again with the next person. So, kudos to you. That's very important in retail automotive.
Yeah. Having to then re-explain the information you've already described to someone else really takes away from the benefit of having the personal touch of someone answering. So it's interesting that you think a lot of the times the benefits of having a person answer, it makes it, very personal, but it also leads an opportunity for balls to get dropped in a poor customer experience. The second one is going to be looking at the outbound side of things. So those returned calls, and calling back a customer, following up, making sure they're getting those status of vehicle calls. The importance there is measuring the right metrics. So a lot of dealerships measure their outbound calls, but they're just looking at the total calls that are being made. I highly recommend measuring based off of live conversations. So if the service person's calling out to update the customer on the status of their vehicle, are they actually calling at the right time? Are they giving an effort to give that customer the best chance to answer the call? And if not, are they leaving a good voicemail where it's, informing the customer in a good way? The importance of outbound calls really does actually improve your connect score on inbound calls. Reason being, the number one reason a customer that already has a vehicle in the bay is calling back in is to check on the status of their vehicle. And whether you handle that call really well, you're already behind your peers because you're not being proactive in updating the customer on the status of your vehicle. I personally think that's a phone call that should never have to be made by the customer. They already know status calls are going to get made, but if you're making those proactively, if you're texting the customer pictures or vehicle updates or letting them know how it's coming, the customer's peace of mind is a lot better. So I highly recommend utilizing outbound calls or texting to give the customer an update on status so that they're not having to wait on the back end. And you can see that on number 3 here, right? I mean, there's a high rate of status updates from customers, and industry average 9% of all inbound calls are status update vehicles. When a new dealership signs up with Car Wars, it's always kind of fun where you'll make a bet with the dealer principal and he'll say, oh, we're probably around that industry average. Well, if there is a connection problem in the service area, I bet I see that status update around 30 to 40% of
that high
their calls. Yeah. And on the flip side, only about half of those end up getting answered or returned. And so the customer is having to repeatedly call over and over again. So don't leave the customer waiting to know what their status of their vehicle is. Utilize texting. And it really does reduce inbound traffic because the customer's not having to call in and check. And it just really speeds up the whole process on the inbound side.
Interesting.
The fourth one I have here is lengthy hold times. We have a section in Car Wars where you're able to see of your connected calls. This is arguably, in my opinion, the most important metric you can measure, because it's one that you don't know unless you're measuring it, is how many calls that called in that weren't connected and why. So what is the reason that they didn't connect into the dealership? So if you're having a 40% connect rate, that's 60% of customers not connecting. What's the percentage breakdown on the reason of those calls? You know, some of them that are okay are going to be left a message with a live person and get a call back. You're not going to be able to connect 100% of your calls. But the worst one that just, you know, keeps me up at night is when I see a high hung up on hold ratio. And typically it's going to be because 30%, once the customer hits 30 seconds on hold time, they're hanging up the calls. I mean, that's 34% of the time at 30 seconds, the customer says, that's enough, I'm going down the street, right? Like they can't sit on the phone very long. And so they get really impatient. And that's where we need to be faster and being more efficient, like you said earlier, on those warm transfers, making sure we're connecting them with someone that can help them. And those warm transfers can help, but if you also are experiencing just, you know, okay, the receptionist is getting too many calls, right? She can't handle all of them. We actually recommend getting a BDC for the service center then. If you have a high performing service center, a BDC goes a long way because it frees up the service advisor from having to take all those calls. And the service BDC just sits inside of your scheduling tool and fills up that calendar very efficiently. So a BDC can go a long way in service, especially in terms of increasing your Connect score.
And Jake, when you look at a dealership's, or let's say a new dealership's metrics, you can identify pretty quickly whether the store has a problem with the phones, can't you?
Oh, absolutely. And there's a few areas that we measure. We're going to measure, you know, what your Connect score is. Are you asking for the appointment? Are you booking a firm date and time? Are you doing things like that? The great news is if your problem is in the Connect score area, we can actually improve that pretty quickly. A lot of the times it's just a routing change or a phone is ringing to the wrong location. And so those aren't even habits or training needed. That's just process that we can change and fix very fast for you. So that's definitely a worthwhile exercise to assess what sort of do an audit of your phone system and where are your calls going and make sure they're going to the right place in the most efficient way possible.
Okay.
Number 5, I have upset or dissatisfied customers based on tonal analysis. So this one's a newer one, right? This is where we're going to utilize artificial intelligence and let you know, was the customer upset? And, you know, no matter how well you handle that call, you have a perfect inbound experience. You've taken care of the customer the best they can. Everyone's heard a heat call before, right? Whether you can do anything about it a lot of the times or not, it doesn't really matter. What does matter is you know when those calls happen and get alerted so you can call that customer back as a manager or dealer principal and say, hey, I heard you had a bad experience. I want to make sure everything's taken care of right for you. And that goes a long way in the customer feeling like you did everything you can to help them. So we're going to measure based on artificial intelligence, was there, you know, an angry customer? And we can alert you and say, hey, we need to maybe call this customer back and make sure they were taken care of. So that's the last area where those heat calls no longer surprise you out of nowhere. You can get ahead of them and be proactive.
We're talking today to Jake Wilker, who's the Senior Director of Sales at Car Wars. Jake, you just took us through 5 clues that a dealer can hone in on to look to improve their phones and process. Jake, of those 5, which one do you feel, or which do you feel are the most critical to emphasize first?
Yeah, I think more importantly than focusing on one area is making sure you're measuring what you're doing at your dealership at all levels, right? So if you don't today have a baseline of where you are on the phones and what that experience is in your service bay, I highly recommend you get a tool that can do that and let you know where your struggles are, where you're doing well, so you can affect change over time. Because if you don't know that, you're kind of guessing. Now, once you do have your baseline, typically it's pretty simple. I just always start with connect. It's the number one thing that doesn't even require time to change. And you just need to know that you're doing your best to change the phone experience to make sure it goes smoothly for the customer, and you're connecting as many calls as possible, which in turn will affect your CSI score, and then make sure you're eliminating those status update calls.
Jake, if any dealers or managers in our audience today realizes that they likely have a CSI issue and want to go ahead and correct it, or they feel they have a phone issue that might be affecting their CSI as well, Jake, what's the best way for our audience to reach out to you at Car Wars, where you can help set them on the right path to get started?
Yeah, so you can scan the QR code you're going to see on the screen here, or you can always email content@Car Wars. And I'm happy to just go over what your current situation is, and maybe it's good, maybe it's not. We can chat through. If we can be of any help to you, I'm happy to. So that's going to be the best way to reach out, is content@carwars.com.
Jake Wilker from Car Wars, great information today. On behalf of the Fixed Ops community, want to thank you for joining us at the conference.
Yeah, thanks, Ted. This is great.
Everybody, Jake Wilker from Car Wars here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you.
Oh, hey, didn't see you there. What's that? You wish you looked this good? Well, I'll tell you my secret. Car Wars has taught me how to be crisp on the phone. I'm more confident, sales have skyrocketed, and I'm glowing. Don't believe me? Just ask my manager, Mike.
I mean, look at this, look at this. This is what his sales were like before Crisp and after. Every time I log into Car Wars, his results speak for themselves. Plus, every call has been reviewed, summarized, and assigned to an agent on our team automatically. It saves me so much time, I don't even know what to do with myself anymore.
See what I mean? I'm on fire.
Billy, who are you talking to?
Oh, hey, Sam. How's it going in service?
Well, we have been flooded with calls.
Yep.
And
I think it's time for you to get crisp.
What is this stuff?
It's a complete phone skills makeover. Crisp focuses on 4 key aspects: connect, request invite, set, and pursue.
Wow, we really need that.
Yeah, you do. Car Wars Sales has helped us build a culture of phone accountability. We're capturing more leads and actually finding KPIs that matter to us, which in turn has boosted revenue and has lifted our bottom line.
Where do I find out?
Right here. Car Wars will make sure sales and service are ready to own the phone. With artificial intelligence, detailed reporting, and a virtual phone training program, Car Wars will quickly get your team up to speed. And who knows, maybe one day it'll be your face on a bag of chips.
The number one benefit of Radiant Ride is convenience for the customer. Whenever they're coming in for maintenance, they're able to come in, get their basic services done, but also take care of the windshields, the wheels, the dents at the same time, allowing us to make it a seamless effort for them.
It's a great benefit, and I've had several customers that I personally know that have purchased Radiant Ride and have told me how great it is. They know that they got a windshield star or other issue with the vehicle, and they don't have to panic because they know, hey, when I go in to get my car serviced next, I'll just get it all taken care of at once, and they love the convenience.
Well, that's what's worked out so well. We've been able to just take care of the regularly scheduled maintenance along with any warranty work or whatever, and we can take care of, what the program has to offer. And so you can encompass the whole experience under one umbrella, and that's what's worked so well for us.
There's a lot of great benefits to Radiant Ride, especially the customer retention. Being able to have customers come back to your dealership. The convenience factor of it, being local, and if there's somebody far away, guess what? Radiant Ride will go to them as well. To be able to have a product that, that takes care of all those things and for a customer to come into a dealership where they bought it from, and for us to be able to hold on to that customer. It's important. It just brings them back every time. And if they're in here for their third, fourth, fifth year of issues, and at that time they're looking at buying a new car because they're so well taken care of, it's a great tool for the dealership as well. So it's a win-win situation for everybody.
With Radiant Ride, that helps us become a one-stop shop for all their needs. We don't have to, they don't have to worry about going anywhere else for any of their vehicle needs at all. There's other dealers out there. The great thing about Radiant Ride is the support behind the scenes. If there's ever any issues or questionable situations, Radiant Ride always stands behind the product and is there for the customer.
What's your shtick? Ours is our next speaker from Radiant Ride, Earl Sticks Brown.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. This interview has been a long time coming. It is with a great friend of the fixed ops and dealership community. It is with the one and only Earl Sticks Brown. Earl is the CEO of a company called Radiant Ride. He is in the Fresno, California area. He has been a big part of the growth of this conference, and it is a great pleasure to welcome you today, Earl Sticks Brown, to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Hello, Ted. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. This is just a wonderful opportunity to support your program and congratulate you and your team for creating just awesome momentum for the fixed op industry in dealership operations. Timing couldn't be better.
And Sticks, I think I know that you are a big part of that momentum as well at Radiant Ride. You've been in our industry for quite a while. You do a great job for dealers. I love where you're going with cosmetic car care. This is the first time I mentioned to you that we've ever discussed this topic at the roundtable. So, and welcome to the Roaring Twenties. I know you have a fondness for that theme. We'll get into that. But kind of to get us started, Earl, take us through what is Radiant Ride?
Radiant Ride is a cosmetic car care warranty plan. We've been in the business for going on 10 years now, and our program is provided through dealerships in the F&I department. What differentiates us in the marketplace is our focus on customer support in the service drive. As you know, customers today embrace convenience. They want peace of mind. They want to be wowed. Anything that we can do to exceed the customer's expectation is going to benefit the dealership. It's going to benefit the service advisors. It's going to exceed the customer's expectation and only increase engagement and retention for the dealer.
I couldn't agree more. And, there's been a big move afoot, especially lately, to bring F&I and service and parts together. So, great that you're doing this. Earl, give us a little bit of you, Sticks Brown. What's your background?
Well, I grew up in the music business. My dad and my mom my mom was a teacher. My dad was a professional musician. I started learning percussion as a youth through drum and bugle corps activity, and led to an audition at the Conservatory of Music, University of Pacific, Stockton, California, studying percussion. And so I've got a passion for percussion, and it's always been a part of my life. In my junior year in college, I realized that the music business wasn't going to be my career. So I switched my major to business administration, marketing, and always stayed in touch with the music business. But professionally, my career is now automotive through F&I and fully engaged with service department managers and the front office in F&I.
And I love where you're going with this, with the warranty. So what kind of prompted you to see this opportunity for dealers?
Dealers, they offer a wider range of services to customers, from routine maintenance to your basic oil changes, and so on and so forth. Customers today incur a lot of wear and tear on their car, and they don't have access to convenient cosmetic repairs. So we started talking to dealers about making cosmetic car care repairs available to customers during routine maintenance when they bring their car in. And lo and behold, customers really appreciated the convenience. Prior to that, they didn't have a source to address cosmetic wear and tear. And we just collaborated with service departments and started coming up with solutions on how we can make these programs and services available to car owners. And it seems to be working. We're gaining traction, and we're supporting this effort with marketing that raises awareness about the benefits of cosmetic car care services, and directing this business to dealerships throughout Northern California.
And I know you are. Give us an example. What are some of the services that you offer that you've in effect bundled, okay, with the services, the maintenance services of the car? Tell us some of the things.
90% of car owners encounter cosmetic wear and tear damages on their car. These repairs include PDR, paintless dent repair, windshield chips, aluminum alloy repair, leather rips and tears, headlight restoration, windshield chips. These cosmetic incidences that you typically don't take to a body shop. We're filling that gap. We're directing consumers to dealerships to have these repairs done in a one-stop shop experience. And dealers are considered destination centers for cosmetic repairs. And we're supporting that service experience through some pretty innovative marketing activities via social media, print media, and video, a lot of video.
I love what you're doing. So you've really brought together the convenience for the customer on everyday things that everybody needs at some point, in the vehicle ownership experience, and the convenience for the dealership as well, that already has this built-in traffic coming in to maintain their vehicles, with the good name, the good brand of the dealership as well, and combining the two to make it easy for both parties.
Absolutely. Customers initially, when they buy the car, for the first 3 years, they utilize dealers for basic routine maintenance and so on and so forth. After the third year, retention starts to fall off. By offering cosmetic repairs, we're motivating and incentivizing customers to bring the car back in after that third year mark, all right, to keep their vehicle pristine and free of wear and tear. So at the end of ownership, at that 5-7 year, their trade-in value and resale value is much better.
No question about it. And you know what? With the lack of new car inventory today, as you know, Sticks, and dealers, looking to the service drive, okay, as not just the potential, but as the source for a lot of vehicles, okay, this all kind of makes a whole lot of sense, at least big time.
Oh, absolutely. And with EV development on the horizon, there's been a consensus that because these vehicles will require less maintenance, what better way to get the customer into the store to maintain those cosmetic repairs? Because EVs are going to incur cosmetic wear and tear, just like ICE vehicles. And to that point as well, there's been not a shortage of techs, but recruiting and retaining service techs is another challenge. one of the things that we like to inform the dealer on is that a lot of these mobile techs that do cosmetic repairs, they're at the store. We can help the dealer leverage that workforce. It's an untapped workforce at the dealership that could be leveraged.
We're talking today to Earl Sticks Brown. He is the CEO of a company called Radiant Ride that offers cosmetic car care programs to dealerships. He is in the Northern California market, and they are expanding quickly. They're having great success with dealers and with consumers as well. Earl, give me some of the feedback that you're getting right now. I know you're into a lot of stores, and what are you hearing, on the ground from your dealers and then from consumers as well?
Dealers, first and foremost, like the idea that we are offering consumers a service that gets them back to the store, right? When the customer returns to the store, service advisors like the idea that the customer can come into the store, get their routine maintenance serviced, and then offer cosmetic repairs while the car's there for the service. That immediately exceeds the customer expectation because they were coming in with just routine maintenance in mind. But when the service advisor can offer that dent removal, that curb rash repair, the customers are just immediately appreciative of the initiative from the service advisor. The dealers like the idea of the retention, right? How can we get the customer to the store? The dealers like not only having that combining routine maintenance and cosmetic repairs. Dealers know that this service can't be received outside of their store. Can you think of any other automotive retail center that can combine routine maintenance and cosmetic repairs?
No. And not with the benefits that you said,
Correct.
with the peace of mind, knowing that I have to get my vehicle maintained and, to be a source of retention for the dealership as well. And Earl, is this also potentially a profit center, for the dealership as well and the service team?
Yes. It's currently available through finance departments, but we are talking to service departments about diversifying our platform and making it available because we do get those inquiries from customers that they'd like to make it available. They'd like to have access to Radiant Ride. They can do that in the service drive.
What are consumers, because I know you're going out to the consumer as well, what are they saying about Radiant Ride and the dealerships who offer it as opposed to those who may not offer it?
Customers like the convenience. First and foremost, offering a service that the customer can have done during routine maintenance. It's not available today, right? We are raising awareness about the idea of combining routine maintenance and cosmetic repairs. We've got the proof of concept established. We've just launched our marketing campaign to raise awareness and educate consumers about the benefits. Over the long term, when customers realize that dealers and Radiant Ride contribute to preserving the vehicle, the appearance of the vehicle, it's win-win for the dealer, it's win-win for the service department, and win-win for my company as well.
And
the customer is going to notice that the car is being preserved much better. They're going to recognize the resource that helped them keep their car looking good, and it's going to increase the likelihood of them buying their next car at that particular dealership because it's an experience that they otherwise can't receive anywhere else.
And you know what? In most dealerships, because I know I've written service, these are opportunities that are coming in all day long and that are overlooked. All right. We just, don't offer all of this to the customer. And these are huge opportunities, if nothing else, to retain that customer and to keep them with the dealership and keep them with the brand also. I like that very much.
One of the, I just had a meeting last week with the dealer principal. He liked the idea. He says, Sticks, the Radiant Ride program is giving us a competitive edge. We know that in the marketplace, customers have a wide variety of places to go for service. But if we could be a part of helping this customer with routine maintenance and the cosmetic repair at the same time. It's just giving that dealer a competitive edge. So I really enjoyed hearing that testimonial from the dealer.
Now, if some of our folks watching today are in other parts of the country and they want to, they want to grab onto this, Earl, this concept of, being able to offer this convenience at their dealership, what should they do? Are you a resource? Can they reach out to you as well, no matter where they are?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We are in the process of publishing our white paper that outlines all of the Radiant Ride certified experience. We'd be more than happy to share that information. We'd be more than happy to collaborate with any dealers in the area, in the country for that matter, to give them a roadmap on how to incorporate cosmetic repairs to their service drive. We've got dealer testimonials to share and actual managers who they can call to get a little more insight and benefits of our program.
Earl, I love the branding. I love what you're doing. I love the alliances that you are creating, not just but with dealers, but throughout our industry as well. If our audience wants to reach out to Sticks Brown at the Radiant Ride and find out more, how they can get involved with you, Earl, what's the best way for them to get a hold of you?
Absolutely, Ted. I can be found on LinkedIn, Sticks Brown, Earl Sticks Brown. All right. I could be reached via cell phone. I see you have it running there at the bottom, but 209-601-3402.
So that's your cell, all right? We can reach you there.
That's the cell.
Okay.
And I'd be more than happy to, if I don't answer immediately, I will get in touch in a day or so. But anything that we can do to collaborate with dealers with this concept and help the dealers increase their retention. We're just one of many ideas that dealers have access to with regard to retention. We feel that ours has some marketability. And one of the things that I like highlighting is that our dealers that we have on board right now love talking about the success that they're having with retention. And we think that our concept rises to the best of them.
Earl Sticks Brown, everybody. He's building a powerhouse at Radiant Ride. You're going to want to reach out to him, find out how your dealership or how your dealership group can get involved with this. It's a great differentiator. He's having wonderful success and is a big part of the fixed ops community. Earl, on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, I want to thank you for being here today. And I want to invite you back. Earl, if you can come back at our next event, perhaps let's bring a couple folks in who you're working with and let's get some feedback from them as well and be able to talk it up from a couple different perspectives and share that with our audience too.
Absolutely, Ted. Would be happy to. Thanks for allowing me to be on the show. You guys are doing a great job. Wishing you continued success, and we will continue to support this platform and all of the energy that you're bringing to the industry. Thanks again.
A lot of the energy, everybody, coming from Sticks Brown, the CEO at Radiant Ride, Cosmetic Car Care Program. Everybody here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
What a pleasure day 2 of the Roaring 20s was. And the speakeasy was in high demand. The Fixed Ops Roundtable sure does have the finest ladies and gentlemen in all of the automotive industry. Don't forget to pull out your futuristic telephones and vote for our Best Practice Awards that will be announced by the end of the day tomorrow. Thank you for joining us today and stay tuned for day 3 of this swanky event. And don't forget your bow ties and pearls.